Chapter 1917. However, the first saint servant said indifferently, I will ask the king of An whether he deserves the death penalty. I believe the king of An will understand that he was forced to act after listening to the whole story. As for you, you are guilty of many crimes and have seriously tarnished the reputation of the holy mountain. People like you can kill first and report later. After saying that, the first saint servant slapped his head. No. Why is he not dead? I refuse to accept this. Jiang Feiyun did not understand why Su Yu was exempted. In the past, when someone attacked a saint servant, the tribal leader was killed on the spot as a warning to others. Only this time, it was unknown what this first-grade sacred attendant was thinking, but he actually protected this person. However, so what if he was unwilling? His head was smashed like a watermelon, and he could not be more dead. The first saint servant said indifferently, the second saint servant Jiang Feiyun stole the statue of the tribal leader and has a bad influence. He will be executed in public. All saint servants must wake up and not follow in his footsteps. Yes, Lord. At the same time, the tribal leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Although the holy mountain had scum like Jiang Feiyun, fortunately, the holy mountain had strict laws and strict management. There were first saint servants who enforced the law impartially and could eliminate scum in time. Therefore, the holy mountain could still be trusted. The first saint servant finally looked at the Rising Sun tribe. Since you are a medium-sized tribe, go to the third room immediately. Ming Dai was overjoyed. She had long felt wronged. Seeing the first saint servant redress her grievances, she was overjoyed. Fortunately, the holy mountain had such a sensible first saint servant in front of her. Only Mingguang was deep in thought. Based on his understanding of the saint servants, the first saint servants were superior and rarely asked about the affairs of small and medium-sized tribes. It was fine that this person came uninvited to uphold justice, but he also paid special attention to their living environment, which was somewhat unusual. Under the guidance of the saint servant, under the hopeful eyes of a group of small tribal leaders, they left the fourth room area and came to the third room. What was strange was that the first saint servant actually followed them. Mingguang, Ming Dai, wait outside for a moment. I have something to say to the first saint servant, Su Yu said slowly. Mingguang was shocked. He had long felt that there was something wrong with the appearance of the first saint servant. Now it seemed that it was related to Su Yu. At this moment, there was a storm in his heart. He had thought that Su Yu was just a passerby who had come to the holy mountain. But now, he had gotten to know the first-class holy servant. Ming Dai's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. The two of them entered the house, and Su Yu casually set up a space barrier to prevent spying and eavesdropping. Greetings, Lord Su. I didn't expect you to be a human. The first-class holy servant cupped his fists and revealed a nostalgic smile. Su Yu laughed heartily. This is no longer the secret realm of the Daesun clan. You are no longer a captive of the Daesun clan, and I am no longer the lord who commands you. So, where did this lord come from? The first-grade saint attendant before him was none other than the person from the Holy Land whom he had met in the White Sun clan's mystic realm, Wang Dahu. After Su Yu subdued the captives, he chose Wang Dahu as his representative to manage the captives. The captives who came from all over were not convinced. They all revealed their identities. Among them, there were even disciples from the world's #1 sect, the Cloud Mist God Mountain. The most shocking one was Wang Dahu. From the Holy Land. Su Yu had a jade talisman that he had used to contact Wang Dahu. This time, he had dared to come to the Holy Mountain to search for the scabbard and the formation stone. However, Su Yu was also a little surprised that Wang Dahu's position in the Holy Mountain was so high. He was one of the 10 first-class holy servants. When Jiang Feiyun and the others had come to provoke him, Su Yu had secretly used the jade talisman to contact Wang Dahu. That was why he had appeared at such a coincidental time. It's only right for me to call you Lord. If it weren't for you, perhaps I would have become food for the bloodbreeds, or perhaps I would still be imprisoned by the White Sun clan, living a life of darkness. Wang Dahu recalled the past, and his heart was filled with gratitude. After meeting Su Yu, he had thought highly of him and even promoted him to manage all the captives. He had never looked down on him. Hence, Wang Dahu was grateful. Knowing that Su Yu had come to the holy mountain, he had immediately rushed over. This was the first time he had seen Su Yu's true appearance. He could not help but be surprised to find out that Su Yu was a human from a lowly race. Su Yu's demon-like intelligence and meticulous planning skills were unforgettable to Wang Dahu. It was indeed unexpected that someone with such extraordinary intelligence would be a human. It was nothing. Don't worry about it. Instead, I have to trouble you this time, Su Yu said. Wang Dahu nodded. I knew that Lord must have something important to do for you to come to the holy mountain. Please tell me directly. As long as I can help, I will not refuse. Su Yu said, I want to know, how difficult is it to enter the holy lake of the holy mountain? Wang Dahu's expression changed. Lord, you want to enter the holy lake? That is the place where the King of Darkness trains in seclusion. Su Yu's expression changed as well. From his solitary dream, he remembered that the scabbard had been stored in the holy lake of the holy mountain many years ago. If he wanted to obtain the scabbard, he would have to enter the holy lake to search for it. Who knew that it was the place where the King of Darkness trained? Looking for the scabbard there was no different from entering the tiger's den. The level of danger was so high that it was comparable to death. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the most dangerous place in the entire Darkstar civilization. What was the cultivation of the King of Darkness? Even if he came out of seclusion, he only needed to use his mind to scan the place and he would immediately discover the abnormality of the place. If outsiders wanted to go in to search for the scabbard, they would have to be prepared to die. Su Yu's eyes darkened. He had put in so much effort to come to the holy mountain. Was he going to give up just like that? Lord, what is the purpose of entering the holy lake? Wang Dahu's eyes flashed as he asked. Su Yu pondered for a moment and said, the scabbard of the Emperor Killer Sword is in the holy lake. The Emperor Killer Sword was causing chaos in the Darkstar civilization. Wang Dahu had no reason not to know about it, but this was the first time he had heard about the scabbard. So it is for the Emperor Killer Sword. Wang Dahu understood Su Yu's determination. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, I can find a way to bring you into the holy lake, but I have never seen the scabbard you mentioned. I don't know if I can find it. Su Yu was shocked. Aren't you afraid that the King of Darkness will find out that we have entered the holy lake? Wang Dahu said, you don't have to worry too much about that. The holy lake is filled with too much power of faith. Even the King of Darkness can't penetrate it with his consciousness. The problem is that when the King of Darkness leaves the holy lake, he will set up a seal at the level of a four-crown emperor. Do you have a way to break the seal? This, Su Yu's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again. The seal of a four-crown emperor could only be broken with brute force. But it would definitely cause a great commotion. Even a three-crown emperor could easily sense it, let alone a four-crown emperor. He was afraid that he would be discovered immediately. Wang Dahu sighed. If you have no way to deal with the seal, I advise you to give up. Right at that moment, the 9-jade spiritual pearl on Su Yu's wrist suddenly emitted a cloud of pink mist. The mist gathered in front of them, revealing a small pink Kylin lying on the ground. Its front paws rested on the ground, and it stretched lazily. It said lazily, with me here, what is there to be afraid of about the seal? Su Yu was delighted. Little Kylin, you are awake. The last time he entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl, the little Kylin showed signs of awakening. Calculating the time, it was indeed time for it to wake up. However, Su Yu was very surprised. Our conversation, you can hear it. The little Kylin's body was in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, which was an isolated space. How could it possibly listen to the conversation outside? The little Kylin tilted its ear and deliberately shouted, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. Su Yu gave it a knock on the head impatiently. Speak seriously. The little Kylin immediately held its head and wiped away its tears. It said in an aggrieved tone, how can you treat a divine beast like this? Be careful that I change my master and throw myself into the warm embrace of someone else. Seeing that Su Yu had hit it again, the little Kylin hurriedly rolled on the ground and said, can't I speak? Its whole body trembled, and a faintly discernible power of nothingness condensed on the surface of its body. The power of nothingness pierced a huge hole in the space barrier that Suyu had condensed. The power of nothingness. Suyu was secretly surprised. The last time he had checked, he had discovered that the little Kylin's body contained a faint power of nothingness. He didn't expect it to be true. Now, it could even directly use the power of nothingness. In front of the power of nothingness, all barriers are useless, including the seal that you mentioned. I can pass through it at any time without any obstruction. Suyu was delighted when he heard that. He then asked, "So, is it only effective against you, or can it allow me to go in with it?" "Currently, my power of nothingness is limited, so I can only carry 2 people. Any more than that won't do." 2 people was enough. "Okay, I'll depend on you this time." Suyu was relieved. He didn't expect that the little Kylin would help him so much when it had just woken up. The little Kylin extended its right claw elegantly and proudly raised its neck. Suyu was confused, so he asked, "What's wrong? Since you have raised me for so many years and have worked so hard for me, I will allow you to lick my foot." "This is your reward," the little Kylin said leisurely. It was like a noble princess. "Get lost." Suyu kicked it, and the little Kylin rolled on the ground several times. The little Kylin climbed up dejectedly and said bitterly, "Hey, if you keep doing this, I will really run away from home." "Okay, leave and don't come back. I believe the people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce will definitely get you at all costs." The little Kylin raised its neck high, and its short tail kept wagging. It said proudly, "That is because I am precious and unique." "Yes, so they will try their best to breed with you, give birth to many strange descendants, and then sell them." The little Kylin's body stiffened, and its eyes were filled with fear. "Really? If you don't believe me, you can ask him." The little Kylin turned its head to look at Wang Dahu, who was dumbfounded. "Hey, is what he said true?" Wang Dahu nodded blankly. "Isn't it normal to breed with rare exotic beasts? It's the same for them to fall into the hands of our King of Darkness." The little Kylin took a deep breath, and immediately ran to Suyu's feet and rubbed its head against his thigh. "Ahem. What I said about running away from home is actually going outside to bask in the sun, drink some tea, and then come back after eating some buns. Master, you are so wise and powerful. How can I really bear to leave?" "Oh, then go back and rest. It will be troublesome if someone sees you." The little Kylin nodded hurriedly, and muttered, "The outside world is too dangerous. It is safer in the spiritual pearl." Chapter 1918. Suyu smiled faintly but did not speak. There was more than one extraordinary one. If he had seen Xiao Dai, who ate everything, what would he think? Since the seal has a way to deal with it, then it's easy. Wang Dahu nodded and said, 3 days later, the King of Darkness will come out of seclusion and meet the leaders of the various tribes. That will be the best time to enter the sacred pond." After hearing what was said, Suyu stared at Wang Dahu with slight hesitation. "I am really sorry for making you take such a big risk." Wang Dahu said indifferently, "It's all thanks to you that I'm able to come back alive. So what if I take the risk for you? Also, Sacred Mountain is no longer the sacred mountain of the past, and the King of Darkness is no longer the King of Darkness. If I have a choice, I want to leave Sacred Mountain." "Huh?" Suyu was secretly surprised. As a first-grade holy servant, how could she have such a rebellious thought? Also, the so-called King of Darkness is not the former King of Darkness. Did it have any deeper meaning? This was a matter of the Holy Mountain, so it was not convenient for Suyu to inquire further. He nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you." 3 days later. The leaders of the large, medium, and small tribes were all looking forward to it. Today was the day that the Holy King would come out of seclusion and meet them. Suddenly, the air on the sacred mountain became colder. A snow-white ball of ice rose from the back of the icy peak, hanging in the sky above the sacred mountain like an ice sun. All the sacred servants on the sacred mountain lowered their heads respectfully. The representatives of the tribes also bowed deeply in awe. Suyu was a little surprised. Was the Holy King inside? Was he not going to show himself? At this moment, a golden-robed first-class holy servant raised his voice, "Leader, please bring the faith statue to the holy temple. On the highest peak of the frozen mountain, there was an incomparably large ice palace. A beam of icy light shot out from the ice sun, and a projection descended, sitting steadily on the throne of the sacred hall. His entire body was surrounded by icy light, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He was the King of Darkness. Mingguang said, "Senior Su, Ming Dai, you two can wait in the guest room." The two nodded slightly. Ming Dai glanced at Su Yu, her eyes flickering with hesitation. After her father left, Ming Dai pursed her lips and said, "Senior Su, what are your plans after leaving the sacred mountain?" His goal was to ascend the sacred mountain. Would he return to the Rising Sun tribe after the matter was completed? Probably not. Or, will he stay because of me? After spending half a year together, Su Yu had not only helped her solve the hidden danger of her soul, but he had also gifted her with an exceptionally precious rootless purple emperor wood. She could not think of any other reason why Su Yu would do such a thing, apart from the fact that Su Yu had taken a liking to her. "I'm looking for my wife," Su Yu said, dispelling the feelings that had just sprouted in her heart. Sure enough, Ming Dai's eyes darkened slightly, and the budding feelings in her heart were immediately erased by his words. He had a wife. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Am I overthinking things? Senior, I have a question. Why did you help me so much?" Ming Dai was a little unwilling, but she still felt lucky. Su Yu looked at her and said calmly, "Because when I first saw you, I saw her shadow in you." So it was like that. Ming Dai's last hope was extinguished. That made sense. After a while, Ming Dai said in a low voice, "Your wife is really a lucky person." Su Yu was startled for a moment, and a deep sense of guilt welled up in his heart. It should be said that meeting him was Xiana's greatest misfortune, right? Extinguishing the feelings in Ming Dai's heart, Su Yu stood up slowly and said, "Dai, it's time to say goodbye to you." "What? Senior Su, you're leaving now?" Ming Dai's heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. Su Yu looked into her eyes and nodded. "Take care." After that, "I'm sorry." All of a sudden, a soul light shot out from his eyes. Ming Dai felt her vision darken, and she fainted on the spot. After settling her down, Su Yu pushed the door open. Wang Dahu, who was dressed in a golden robe, was waiting outside. "My lord, have you arranged everything?" Su Yu nodded. Wang Dahu took out a set of third-grade holy servant's silver robe and asked Su Yu to change into it. After getting ready, the two of them went to the ice valley where the ice sun rose. There were holy servants guarding along the way, but with Wang Dahu leading the way, no one dared to question Su Yu, let alone check his identity. The holy pond is at the bottom of the ice valley. The holy servants along the way are easy to deal with, but we have to be extra careful with the holy beast that the King of Darkness raises, Wang Dahu said. Su Yu frowned slightly. "Holy beast? How is its cultivation?" 3 Crown Emperor level. "Is it difficult to deal with?" Su Yu pondered. Even if the King of Darkness had the White Emperor's puppet with him, it would be very difficult to kill it without alerting anyone. Wang Dahu said, "It's not difficult to deal with. It is in a state of deep sleep all year round. As long as it doesn't make too much noise, it won't wake up." That was good. The cold air in the ice valley was even more intense. Even with Su Yu's cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a piercing pain. When did the holy mountain become a snow mountain? Su Yu had read the ancient books in the Rising Sun tribe. The holy mountain used to be shrouded in the light of the dark moon, and there was never any cold air. Later, it became a snow mountain. However, when it changed was not specified. Wang Dahu said, "Since the King of Darkness was injured, it has always been covered in ice and snow." Su Yu's eyes turned slightly. "You mean, the King of Darkness was injured?" "Yes, a strong man from an extraterrestrial civilization, who was a 4-crown emperor, invaded. Although the King of Darkness defeated him, he was also seriously injured. These years, he has been recuperating in the cold environment, and he has not fully recovered." It was surprising that he could still get such information. However, the King of Darkness, who was injured, was still able to kill the first-generation Wind Cloud Mana Master, which showed that the King of Darkness was really powerful. As the two talked, they had already reached the bottom of the valley, in front of a huge ice wall. Inside the ice wall, a 500-foot-long white snake could be seen with the naked eye. Its body was covered with green snake scales, lying motionless, and it was in a deep sleep. Its breath was extremely powerful, and it was the existence of a three-crown emperor. Moreover, because it had been following the King of Darkness for a long time, it also carried a trace of the pressure of a four-crown emperor, giving people a very dangerous feeling. The two did not make any noise, and quietly walked into the ice cave next to them. They breathed a sigh of relief and slowly entered. However, what they did not know was that shortly after they entered, the white snake opened its eyes lightly. Its dim yellow eyes glanced sideways at the ice cave. They had been discovered by the holy beast raised by the King of Darkness. The two of them had a smooth journey, and after walking in the ice cave for half an hour, they finally reached the end. In front of us is where the seal is. In the past, when the first-class holy servants had important things to report, we would kneel in front of the seal to report inside, and then listen to the instructions of the King of Darkness. Su Yu nodded slightly, and called out the little Kailin. Whether they could successfully cross the seal this time, they would have to rely on the power of nothingness of the little Kailin. Realizing that Su Yu attached great importance to it, the little Kailin was surprisingly not naughty, but prepared seriously. However, when they came to the seal, they could not help but be surprised. A powerful round of powerful seals across the entire ice cave was torn apart from the middle by the tyrannical magical artifact in their eyes, and it was split into two. Wang Dahu was stunned, and immediately realized that something was wrong, and said in a low voice, "Someone rushed ahead of us, and broke into the holy pond." Su Yu's face changed slightly. Chapter 1919. Feeling anxious, Su Yu immediately flashed into it. As soon as he entered, the powerful power of faith hit him in the face, weakening Su Yu's senses. He could only see everything clearly with his naked eyes. Wang Dahu followed closely behind and said, "This is the first time I have entered this place. Please be careful." The training place of the King of Darkness was not large. It was an empty cave that was hundreds of feet square. There were only some simple furnishings and a thin layer of the power of faith left. Just like the moon-worshipping sect's spiritual pool of faith, the holy pool was also a place where the power of faith was stored. What made Su Yu's face fall was that this place had obviously been turned over. The meditation cushions, tables, chairs, and furnishings had all been moved. Obviously, the person who broke the seal had searched this place. Su Yu flashed over and searched quickly. After a while, his eyes flashed with cold light. There was no trace of the scabbard. If the King of Darkness did not carry it with him, then it should have been taken by the person who came first. Who was it? To be able to break the seal of the Four-Crown Emperor without anyone knowing, this person must be very powerful. Could it be that after countless years of hard work, he had come here in vain? There seems to be another world under this pool. The little Kailin jumped to the edge of the spiritual pool and looked curiously at the bottom of the pool with a pair of purple crystal eyes. A mechanism? Su Yu flew over and separated the thin layer of power of faith with his divine power. He was surprised to find that there was a dark passage at the bottom of the pool, extending deep underground. However, there was a layer of seal blocking the underground entrance, so the power of faith did not flow down. Their senses were seriously affected by the power of faith. Only the little Kailin had the power of nothingness, so its senses were not affected much. Wang Dahu was surprised. "I have never heard that there is another world under the holy pool." Su Yu's eyes were thoughtful. He raised the tip of his sword and found that this layer of seal only served to isolate the power of faith and prevent it from flowing into the underground passage. It could not be opened. With a casual lift, the seal was opened. "Let's go down and have a look." Su Yu flashed inside, followed by Wang Dahu and the little Kailin. Along the underground passage, they arrived at the ground full of lava in a few breaths. Amidst the boiling lava, there was actually a cross stuck in the lava. It was staring at a bloody mess of flesh. It was said to be a lump of flesh because his entire body could no longer be seen clearly. All that was left was a smelly, blurry, and pitch-black lump of flesh. However, his body was emitting a powerful aura. Four-Crown Emperor. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately put up his guard. Wang Dahu sized him up in surprise. He asked in confusion, "Don't tell me he's the Four-Crown Emperor from outer space who barged into the Dark Star civilization back then?" It was rumored that the Dark King defeated that intruder and suppressed him under the sacred mountain. Every full moon, he would let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the sacred mountain. Suyu had heard this rumor many times. He didn't expect it to be true. That's strange. Why didn't the King of Darkness kill him? Suyu touched his chin and put his doubts aside. He then looked around for the scabbard. If it wasn't here, then it would be impossible to find it again. Suddenly, little Chaline's sharp eyes discovered that the cross was actually stabbed 3 feet deep into the wood, an empty scabbard. Only a small part of it was exposed, and if the small Kylin didn't have sharp eyes, Suyu wouldn't have noticed it. The scabbard. Suyu was overjoyed. The scabbard was finally found. However, he then thought deeply. It seemed that the person who barged into the sacred pond didn't discover this hidden underground secret room. While thinking, Suyu walked towards the cross and was about to take the scabbard. Suddenly, little Chaline's 4 claws scratched the ground uneasily, and its whole body tensed up. It stared at the entrance from which they came, and growled, "Someone is here, someone very, very powerful." The power of faith didn't block its senses, and it discovered that a powerful aura had appeared in the sacred pond above. Suyu and Wang Dahu's faces changed dramatically. At this moment, who else could have appeared in the sacred pond other than the Dark King? Oh no, the Dark King came back early. Wang Dahu was shocked. How could this happen? Why would the Dark King come back early? He should have just started to meet the tribe leaders now. But no matter what, they were completely finished. The sacred pond was in a mess. The Dark King must have known about it, and he would definitely come to this place under the sacred pond to find out what was going on. They had barged into the tiger's den, but they were blocked in the cave by the tiger that had returned home. "Come to me quickly." Little Chaline jumped onto Suyu's shoulder and said to Wang Dahu. Wang Dahu didn't notice it at all, and he rushed over immediately. Without saying anything, little Chaline ejected extremely dangerous power of nothingness from its body, which turned into a 10 feet wide ball, wrapping itself, Suyu, and Wang Dahu in it. Behind his ear, little Chaline said, "Quick, jump into the lava." Soon, 2 people and 1 beast dove into the lava. With the isolation of the power of nothingness, outsiders couldn't detect their aura at all. As long as they didn't reveal themselves, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Almost at this moment, a middle-aged man in armor walked out from the dark underground entrance. His entire body was covered in cold light. He had a head of dark red hair, and his eyes were dim yellow, with a domineering divine light that looked down on the world. He stood at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes narrowed as he looked around. When he found that the flesh on the cross was still intact, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Humph! How dare you break into my forbidden training area when I am not here?" He was undoubtedly the Dark King. Walking up to the cross with his hands clasped behind his back, the Dark King looked at the scabbard embedded in the cross, and said indifferently, "The secret of the scabbard, are you going to tell me or not?" The meat wriggled a little, and it turned out to be a living thing. Heh. Don't even think about it." The meat replied vaguely and weakly. The Dark King snorted coldly, and said, "Then you can continue to stay here, and you will be tortured every day until you are willing to tell me." When he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Suyu and the other 2 in the lava saw everything clearly in front of them. Wang Dahu said telepathically, "The scabbard you are looking for is indeed the scabbard in the cross, but why didn't the Dark King take it away? Why did you say there was a secret?" Suyu was also surprised. He didn't hear anything about the secret of the scabbard from Ji Yuxing's dream. Perhaps even Ji Yuxing didn't know about it. "Maybe," Suyu said calmly. Wang Dahu said, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take the scabbard, and when the Dark King returns to the Sage Palace to meet the tribe leader, we can take the opportunity to leave the sacred pool, or we will be trapped here for the rest of our lives." Suyu didn't say anything, and he even pressed his shoulder down, and said slowly, "Don't you think it's strange that the Dark King came back early?" There was only one answer, and that was that he knew someone would enter the sacred pool while he was away. Therefore, the Dark King probably didn't leave. Right at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Not far away from them, a figure stealthily rushed out from the magma. He had a scholarly temperament, but he only had one eye. Who this person was, it was obvious. The great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. He actually snuck into the forbidden training area of the Dark King. The great leader came in front of the meat, and said hurriedly, "Tell me the secret of the scabbard, and I will save you and leave immediately." As expected, he came for the scabbard. The meat wriggled a little, but didn't respond. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from the shadow of the entrance. "You are hiding in the lava, indeed." A majestic figure stepped out of the shadow, and who else could it be but the Dark King? He didn't leave at all. Chapter 1920. "You know I'm here?" The great leader's face paled. His heart was shrouded in fear. The Dark King walked out with his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. "Do you really think I'm blind? You've been bribing my holy servants for all these years just so you could sneak in when I left the holy pond, right?" The great leader's heart trembled. Something was stuck in his throat. He could not speak. As it turned out, the Dark King had seen all his little tricks over the past few centuries. "Tell me, who are you? How did you know he was imprisoned here? How did you know the secret of the scabbard?" The Dark King stared at the great leader calmly. The great leader's eyes shook violently. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a blood-stained cloak. Then he sprinted toward the entrance. However, the Dark King only flicked his finger casually, and the great leader flew back uncontrollably. He slammed into the stone wall with a loud bang. The cloak with astonishing defensive power on his body showed signs of being frozen and damaged. The Dark King was slightly surprised. He stared at the cloak on his body. "Oh, this is a defensive cloak specially made by the immortal Weaver race of a 5-star civilization, right? It's never appeared in my Dark Star civilization." He studied the lightly injured great leader and said, "I'm getting more and more curious about your identity." With that, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on the surface of the great leader's body. Startling coldness shot out from his body and froze his body. The great leader was shocked. He took out a fiery red bead in a hurry and swallowed it. The powerful flames entered his body and chased away most of the coldness. He could actually block an attack from the Dark King with an arcane treasure. It had to be said that the number of powerful treasures on him was astonishing. Afterwards, the great leader took out a pitch-black formation disc and threw it on the ground. A powerful teleportation force appeared on the spot. Not only did it pass through the power of faith, but it also passed through the entire holy mountain. One had to know that this place was filled with the pressure of the Dark King. There was also the powerful interference power of faith and the existence of the holy mountain. The probability of using teleportation here was almost zero. But the great leader had done it. In an instant, more than half of his body was teleported away. With a single thought, he would be able to leave this place. Su Yu was secretly surprised as he watched. Back then, when he had really fought with the great leader, if he had not used his last life-saving technique, it would have been very difficult to kill him. The King of Darkness said calmly, "You should be a being from an extraterrestrial civilization, right? A body full of Dharma treasures from the outer realms." Without seeing the King of Darkness do anything, the formation that the big leader took out immediately cracked and the teleportation formation scattered. The great leader's face was as dark as the water. His mood had hit rock bottom. But he didn't give up without a fight. He took out a talisman with several layers of seals. After the talisman exploded, it turned into a layer of golden light that enveloped him in 3 layers. The degree of defense was actually comparable to a 4-crown emperor. "Dark King, instead of killing me, why don't we work together and explore the secrets of the scabbard together? My master is also very interested in the scabbard." The great leader said in a low voice, "You are injured. Even if you obtain the secret of the scabbard, it will be very difficult for you to do anything." The King of Darkness's dim yellow eyes turned into a trace of mockery. "Injured? Regretfully, you only heard rumors." The King of Darkness stepped over and pressed his palm lightly on the golden light barrier. In an instant, the 4-crown emperor-level defensive barrier crumbled into pieces. To be able to do this with a casual attack, it meant that his strength didn't decrease at all. The news of him being injured was just a rumor. Since he wasn't injured, why did he still turn Sacred Mountain into an ice mountain and change the appearance of Sacred Mountain? The defense was broken, but the great leader still resisted. Just as he was about to throw out some powerful Dharma treasure, his entire body suddenly froze into an ice statue, making him unable to resist at all. Just search his soul. The King of Darkness casually pointed at his forehead. Just as he was about to search his soul, suddenly, a loud snort came from the great leader's body. The King of Darkness' body shook and immediately retracted his hand. At the same time, he backed away and stared at the great leader with a pondering look in his eyes. You are Dark Star Chamber of Commerce's Alliance Leader Sword? He. The great leader suddenly opened his eyes. A transparent figure appeared above his head. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the King of Darkness condescendingly. Why do you have to force me? I didn't want to show myself. The King of Darkness calmed himself down and snorted coldly. So it's Alliance Leader Sword, why didn't you say so earlier? Because of you, if Alliance Leader Sword wants to come, I will welcome you with open arms. Looks like you've been pretending to be the King of Darkness for too long and are used to this identity. Alliance Leader Sword's soul mocked. If you really are the King of Darkness, so what if I come personally? But I don't dare to fight you face to face. Who knows if I will also be suppressed here? The King of Darkness' yellow eyes squinted like a pair of snake eyes. Alliance Leader Sword. Since we have said so much, we have nothing else to say. The sword sheath is in my hands, it's not up to you to interfere. As he spoke, he roared, and the Four-Crown Emperor's powerful aura attacked. Alliance Leader Sword's soul blocked with his arms and said calmly, I feel that you will come to cooperate with me sooner or later. As he spoke, his soul wrapped around the great leader and they disappeared. The King of Darkness chased after them but couldn't stop them. His face flashed with uncertainty as he snorted angrily and left. In the magma. Wang Dahu's eyes widened and he said in horror, our King of Darkness is an imposter. Su Yu was also surprised by this shocking news. It was one thing for the first master of the Windcloud Heights to be the disciple of the King of Darkness, but the guardian of the Darkstar civilization was also an outsider in disguise. Wang Dahu was stunned and murmured, no wonder I always felt that the King of Darkness was different from before. It turned out to be true. As the first-class holy servants who served the King of Darkness, they could most directly feel the changes in the Holy King. They didn't expect their feelings to be right. The King of Darkness had changed. As he murmured, he was about to get up and leave the magma, but Su Yu grabbed his shoulder and shook his head slightly, telling him not to act rashly. Wang Dahu was stunned. He remembered that Su Yu's vigilance saved their lives just now, so he immediately squatted down again and quietly observed the situation outside. After waiting for half an hour and making sure there was no movement outside, Wang Dahu was about to heave a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a soft sigh rang in his ears. Am I thinking too much? Wang Dahu was shocked to find that above the magma not far away from them, the King of Darkness, who was supposed to leave, was floating strangely. It turned out that he suspected that the great leader was not the only one who broke into the holy pond, so he used the same trick and came back. Fortunately, Su Yu was cautious and did not fall into the trap. Wang Dahu was secretly scared. That was close. However, just as Wang Dahu was relieved, the King of Darkness glanced at the magma under his feet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He opened his 5 fingers and slowly pressed down on the magma. Suddenly, all the magma boiled, and an inexplicable huge pressure came crashing down. Su Yu and the others who were hiding in the magma were shrouded by the amazing pressure. The little Kailin groaned, and purple divine blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. It was because of the injury. The void around it began to tremble unstably. Su Yu looked solemn. The King of Darkness was more cautious than he thought. Even though he knew there was a 90% chance that there was no one hiding in the magma, he still wanted to search it. With the little Kailin's condition, it could not hold on for more than a few breaths, and it would be discovered. Once it was discovered, they did not have a Four-Crown Emperor like the Sword Alliance Master to help them. At this critical moment, suddenly, the King of Darkness's eyes flashed, and he stared at the shadow of the entrance. A giant creature slowly swam down from the shadow. It was a green snake that was 1,000 feet long. It's you. The King of Darkness's expression relaxed. The green snake was the holy beast of the King of Darkness, and it was responsible for guarding the ice cave. It bowed its head in front of the King of Darkness to express its apology, which meant that someone had broken in. The King of Darkness shook his head coldly. It's not your fault. The first-class holy servants colluded with the inside and outside. Even if you did not sleep, they would have other ways to break in. The green snake lay on the ground, very obedient. Go search in the magma, and make sure there are no other creatures here, the King of Darkness said calmly. If it was in the past, he was very confident in his own senses. However, there was a person like the great leader who could block his senses and had many treasures, so he had to be vigilant. Instead of using pressure to suppress the magma, it was more direct to let the green snake enter the magma to search. The light body snake's eyes turned cold, and its huge body swam into the magma. Moreover, the direction from which it came was coincidentally the direction where Su Yu and the others were. Wang Dahu's heart was in his throat, and he was extremely desperate. That was the holy beast of the King of Darkness. If it personally checked in the magma, it would definitely be able to detect their existence. Su Yu was also extremely serious. He secretly held the necklace on his neck, and was ready to fight. Plop! The green snake jumped into the magma, and a pair of huge snake eyes that were like lanterns were particularly eye-catching in the magma. It immediately discovered Su Yu, Wang Dahu, and the little Kailin, and looked at Su Yu for 3 breaths. Just as Su Yu clenched his teeth and prepared to fight it out, the green snake suddenly withdrew its gaze and slithered past them as if nothing had happened. Then, it swam around the whole magma and returned to the shore. The huge snake head gently shook its head. That's good. The King of Darkness heaved a sigh of relief, and said, the next period of time is very important. Don't sleep again, and guard the ice cave carefully. The green snake nodded its huge snake head. Let's go, and reseal this place. Before the King of Darkness left, he looked at the cross, raised his hand, and put away the scabbard that was inserted into the cross. He said to himself, this place is not 100% safe. The scabbard is still safe in my hands. Chapter 1921. After a long time, a huge bubble emerged from the magma. Su Yu carried the small Kailin and appeared with Wang Dahu. Wang Da, whose face was full of disbelief as he stuttered, Holy Beast, why did it let us go and help us hide it from the Dark King? One had to know that the Holy Beasts only obeyed the Dark King. It was completely inexplicable. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to her and stared at the empty cross. His face was extremely unsightly. Before he left, the King of Darkness took away the scabbard hidden here. He had worked so hard and even nearly lost his life, but in the end, all his efforts were for naught. Could it be that he really had no fate with the Emperor Killing Sword? Back then, Yun Yazi had forced the divine warrior of Tianyun to capture a whiff of the Emperor Killing Sword's destiny and placed it on Su Yu. Theoretically speaking, Su Yu also had the opportunity to fight for the Emperor Killing Sword. Now that the scabbard was taken away by King of Darkness, he had no way of getting the Emperor Killing Sword. Even though it was right in front of him, Su Yu could do nothing about it. Just as he was feeling exceptionally disappointed, the blurry mass of flesh on the cross wriggled a little and said weakly, "Hey. Of course. I was the one who told the green snake to let you go." Wang Dahu looked over in surprise and murmured, "You? That's the Dark King's holy beast, how could it possibly listen to your orders?" Su Yu came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. It is still possible, if he is the real King of Darkness. Hearing this, Wang Dahu was stunned. He's the real King of Darkness? Why do you say that? Su Yu stared at the lump of meat and said, didn't Alliance Master Jian explain it clearly just now? If the current King of Darkness was an imposter, then who was the imposter? No matter how I look at it, it can only be that foreign expert who barged into the Darkstar civilization a long time ago, right? You're saying. Wang Dahu's mind buzzed, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. In the battle back then, the Dark King lost and was suppressed by an extraterrestrial civilization expert. That extraterrestrial civilization expert then pretended to be the Dark King? Su Yu nodded slowly. His Tilda Wang Dahu stared at the lump of meat in shock. He still couldn't believe it. Is this real? The meatball laughed. Hee hee. I also hope it's fake. Wang Dahu felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. You really are the real king of darkness? Hee hee, when I was suppressed, you had just ascended the sacred mountain. You were only a 9-year-old child then, right? Even your name was given by me. Because I saved you from the jaws of a tiger, I named you Wang Dahu. This was a secret that Wang Dahu had never told anyone. He was originally a mortal child. When he was herding cows in the mountains, he was snatched away by a tiger. It was King of Darkness who happened to pass by and saved him in passing. After discovering that he had cultivation foundations, he brought him back to the sacred mountain and named him Wang Dahu. Only he and the King of Darkness knew about this. Dark King. Wang Da, whose eyes were filled with tears as he quickly walked over. Dark King, it was you who was trapped all these years. No wonder he always felt that the King of Darkness was a different person after he got injured. From the looks of it, the so-called injury was just an excuse for the foreign expert to conceal his proficiency in the Tao of Ice. It was no wonder that Green Snake would listen to him and let them go while they were hiding in the magma. Because Green Snake knew long ago that the one imprisoned under the sacred pond was the real King of Darkness. But that Green Snake was very smart. He always pretended not to know anything to avoid being killed by the fake King of Darkness. Don't go over. Suyu reached out and grabbed Wang Dahu. Even with the King of Darkness's strength, he could be trapped on the cross. Do you think that cross is an ordinary object? The meatball said, that's right. Don't come over. This cross is something that person brought from the outside world. Once you step within 10 feet of it, your body will be immediately sucked into the cross. Even if you are a 4-crown king, Wang Dahu said anxiously, King of Darkness, how can I save you? It's useless. You can't save me. The King of Darkness said in a hoarse voice. With the cross, no one could save him. What if I can save you? Suddenly, Suyu said slowly. The meatball of the King of Darkness wriggled and said, You? That's right, Suyu said calmly. But I want the scabbard. The meatball was silent for a long time, and said slowly, I can guess. You risked your life to come here for the scabbard. I can promise that if you can save me, I can give you the scabbard. Suyu thought about it and nodded. Okay, I hope you can keep your promise. After saying that, Suyu stepped forward, completely defenseless. Human, are you going to walk over here? Suyu did not speak. He stepped within 10 feet of the cross. A powerful suction force instantly sucked Suyu over. But at this moment, a flow of the law of time appeared on the surface of Suyu's body. The King of Darkness gasped. The law of time, under the absolute time, the suction force from the cross stopped and could not affect Suyu at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu took a step forward and pulled the meatball off the cross. Then, he took it with him and retreated 10 feet away from the cross. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it did not take more than a breath. The absolute time could only last for a breath. Without the influence of the cross, the meatball immediately released a weak force to repair itself. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a blurry mass of flesh to a dark-faced young man in his 30s. Seeing him, Wang Dahu knelt on the ground with a thud and was so excited that tears flowed down his face. King of Darkness. The dark-faced young man had a cold temperament. At this moment, he showed a hint of tenderness and helped Wang Dahu up. Get up. Then, he looked at Suyu with deep surprise and gratitude. I didn't expect to meet someone who mastered the law of time in my lifetime. I thought it was just a legend. I can't repay you for saving my life, so I will give you the scabbard. The King of Darkness said slowly. Suyu frowned slightly. Now. The scabbard was taken by the fake King of Darkness. In your current weak state, I am afraid it will be very difficult for you to get the scabbard back from him. The King of Darkness was suppressed by the fake King of Darkness when he was at his peak, let alone now when he was extremely weak. His current strength was probably even weaker than Suyu's. A hint of mockery appeared on the King of Darkness's weak face. What that thief got was just a fake scabbard. What? Fake? The fake King of Darkness was very shrewd. He didn't look like someone who could be easily fooled. The scabbard of the Emperor Killer sword has always been a legend. Only I have it. If I say it is, it is. If I say it is not, it is not. No matter how smart that thief is, he won't know that the scabbard I carry with me is just a camouflage. This, Su Yu was surprised. Then where is the real scabbard? The King of Darkness smiled coldly. It is far away, but it is right in front of you. It is with you. Su Yu was secretly surprised. The fake King of Darkness had tortured him to such an extent, but he didn't find the scabbard on him. It didn't make sense. To be exact, I am the scabbard. However, the King of Darkness revealed a shocking secret that shocked Su Yu. Wang Dahu, who was beside him, was also stunned. King of Darkness, you said you are the scabbard. The little Kailin, who was playing on the ground, also raised its eyes curiously and said in a childish voice, the scabbard? It doesn't look like a scabbard to you. In response, the King of Darkness laughed. When have you ever heard that a scabbard is an inanimate object that was forged? This really had not happened. They only knew that a scabbard was a sword, but they didn't know what a scabbard was. They just subconsciously thought it was a forged magical artifact. Back then, the Killing Pathmaster used his spine to forge the Emperor Killing Sword. This is a well-known rumor. However, few people know that the Killing Pathmaster used his own essence blood to forge a human-shaped scabbard. That scabbard is me. Hearing this, Su Yu felt that it was a fantasy. However, when it came to the Pathmaster, he had to believe it. It was not impossible for a drop of blood to evolve into a powerful creature like the Four Crowns Emperor. The Emperor Killing Sword contains the killing intent of the Killing Pathmaster. There is nothing in this world that can contain it. Only I, who was born from the flesh and blood of the Killing Pathmaster, can contain it, the King of Darkness said slowly. Su Yu's eyes lit up. He had also wondered what kind of material the scabbard was made of to be able to isolate the all-pervasive killing intent of the Emperor Killing Sword. So that was it. However, Su Yu voiced his doubts. Why did the Killing Pathmaster make the scabbard? Wasn't the reason he left the Emperor Killing Sword behind? Wasn't it because he was unwilling to die because of fear? Wasn't it because he wanted to leave behind his killing intent to continue wreaking havoc in the world? The King of Darkness did not explain. Instead, he stared at Su Yu and said leisurely, "You are very smart. I think you should understand that history is always written by the victors." Su Yu was startled. The Killing Pathmaster was besieged to death. Was there a hidden reason? Then why did he die? Su Yu could not help but be curious. The King of Darkness said, "This is the answer that the thief wanted to know. The secret of the scabbard. Because the Killer Dao Master had inadvertently obtained a shocking clue, and that clue had brought about a fatal disaster. His death turned that clue into an eternal secret. If you want to know, there is only one way." Su Yu's eyes flashed. The sword and the scabbard become one again? The King of Darkness nodded approvingly. That's right. That thief and the Sword Alliance Master wanted to know the secret at the moment when the sword and the scabbard became one. What would the clue mean if it could trigger a war between the Pathmasters? It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would shock the Great Beginning Realm. Moreover, the Emperor Killing Sword was only one of the 4 pieces of the Emperor set. If it contained a secret, would the other 3 pieces also contain a secret? Would the combination of the 4 secrets lead to an even greater secret? Su Yu's heart trembled. It was as if he had inadvertently been involved in the whirlpool between the Pathmasters. After a moment, he calmed himself down. The information that the King of Darkness brought to him was too shocking. He needed to digest it properly. "You mean you are willing to follow me?" Su Yu's eyes flashed. The King of Darkness pointed at himself and smiled bitterly. "I have no other choice but to follow you." In his weak state and current situation, the only person he could trust was Su Yu. "Then leave quickly." Su Yu took a deep look at the cross. Perhaps the fake King of Darkness would notice that the King of Darkness had escaped. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 1922. Who else could that voice belong to other than the fake King of Darkness? He did not leave and was still hiding in the shadows. Bang! With a muffled sound, a small green snake the size of a palm, trapped in the ice, fell to the ground. It was the green snake that the King of Darkness had raised. It had been compressed in the ice by the fake King of Darkness. Therefore, the green snake did not have time to warn them. Qing Lin, the King of Darkness said in a low voice. The fake King of Darkness walked over with his hands behind his back and stared at the frozen green snake with disdain. This beast thinks it has hidden itself well and is secretly protecting the few of you who are hiding in the lava. Haha, do you think I am so easily fooled? With a stomp of his foot, the small green snake and the ice lump exploded on the spot. The green snake did not even have time to scream before it was crushed to death. Fu Bingyu, the King of Darkness, was furious. He had raised the green snake since it was a child and regarded it as his family. It had been loyal for many years and had never abandoned him. Haha, speaking of which, I should also thank Qing Lin, the King of Darkness said with a smile. The King of Darkness smiled calmly. Without its protection, how would you be willing to tell the secret? He had interrogated the King of Darkness for many years and forced him to reveal the secret of the scabbard. Today, when he found out that Su Yu and Wang Dahu were hiding in the lava and the green snake was deliberately hiding their existence, he decided to let them save the King of Darkness. Only then could the King of Darkness tell the secret. He had to admit that Fu Bingyu's scheming was terrifying. The King of Darkness was filled with grief and anger. He clenched his fists and stared at the other party. He was extremely weak and his strength was even weaker than Su Yu's. It was impossible for the three of them to fight him. Su Yu's heart sank. It was too difficult for him to deal with the four-crowned King of Darkness. Fu Bingyu smiled coldly and stared at the King of Darkness. So, the so-called secret of the scabbard is the moment the Emperor Killer Sword is sheathed. Ha ha! Great! Suddenly, an extremely cold air surged and engulfed Su Yu and the other two. With its shocking ice law, it only needed a breath to freeze the three of them forever. At the critical moment, the dark moon on King of Darkness's glabella suddenly shot out a large patch of black light, forming a perfect black moon that enveloped the three of them and little Chelene. Seeing this scene, Wang Dahu could not help but be shocked. He was no stranger to this scene. Fu Bingyu sneered, "Oh? One of the three divine techniques of the Dark Moon, Big Dipper? Unfortunately, in front of me, you won't have the chance to do so." The sweeping cold air suddenly transformed into a sharp sword and slashed towards the full moon, splitting it into two on the spot. The full moon shook rapidly and was about to collapse. At the same time, the remaining cold air quickly surrounded them and instantly froze everyone present. Su Yu tapped the space between his brows. If he had no other choice, he could only remove the ice crystal crown and activate his Dao Tai eyes. Only this method could deal with the four crown emperors. However, the price he had to pay was that it could no longer be sealed. It would greedily devour everything it saw, and when there was nothing left for it to devour, it would devour Su Yu. Rather than dying now, they might as well perish together. Just as his finger was about to remove the ice crystal crown, a chessboard flew out of Su Yu's 9-jade spiritual pearl. That chessboard was an item taken from the Dustless Moon faction's treasury. It had been sealed 10 times by Master Bao Kuan. Later on, it was activated by the Taishen Cave Master. The remaining 10 layers of seals had been destroyed by the White Emperor's puppet over the past half a year, leaving only a thin layer. But at this moment, it flew out on its own, causing Su Yu's finger to pause. He could not help but be shocked. As soon as the chessboard appeared, it spun and sucked in all the cold chi in the area, leaving not a single trace behind. Looking at the chessboard, the dull grey chess pieces on the surface began to glow. Shreds of majestic, ethereal, and mighty aura assaulted Su Yu. It was as if a living being was standing in front of the boundless absolute beginning realm, deeply aware of its own insignificance. Fu Bingyu was slightly stunned, and he subconsciously struck out again. However, even the powerful Four-Crown Emperor's attack was once again absorbed by the chessboard. And the chess pieces on the chessboard lit up completely, giving off a blinding brilliance. With a pop, the chessboard shook violently, shattering the last remaining layer of seals. A mighty aura shot up into the sky, forming a substantial beam of light that broke through the holy pond, broke through the holy mountain, and shot straight into the outer realm. Moreover, the beam of light rapidly expanded in all directions. It forced Fu Bingyu to retreat, his eyes filled with shock. What is this? He was from the outer realm, so he did not know the legends of the Darkstar civilization. But the King of Darkness knew. However, he was also in an unusual state of shock, and his voice was trembling uncontrollably. Life. Chess. A long, long time ago, a Pathmaster had fallen in the Darkstar civilization. Before he died, he used his entire life's path to condense it into a chessboard, called the life chess. He left a part of his soul in the chessboard. If someone could finish this chessboard, he would realize a great wish of the victor, including the ability to allow anyone below the Pathmaster to break through a level. Even if a 4-crown emperor became a 5-cents emperor, it would be fulfilled. But this chessboard was just a legend, such that the Kings of Darkness only treated it as a legend and never tried to search for it. So, it really existed. The beam of light expanded rapidly, instantly covering the entire holy mountain. The giant beam charged into the sky, allowing the entire Darkstar civilization to see it. The southernmost moon-worshipping cult, the northernmost heaven palace, all living beings saw that blinding light. A vast will of the common people rumbled in all directions. Within the moon-worshipping cult, the holy maiden, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a look of deep surprise. Life chess. The life chess has appeared. If Master knows, he will definitely be happy. Unfortunately, even if Master knows, he won't be able to rush over. Otherwise, Master will definitely win. Taking in a deep breath, the holy maiden muttered to herself, "Then, let me participate. I hope that I can fulfill that wish." Wind Cloud Villa. Sima Biyun looked in the direction of the holy mountain, her eyes filled with shock. The legend of the life chess is actually true. A ball of worry formed between her brows. I hope it doesn't affect my plan. North. Cloud Mist God Mountain, Heaven Palace, and the other leaders of the northern powers were all shocked by such a huge phenomenon. The news of the life chess appearing caused the entire north to be in an uproar, even more so than when the Emperor Killing Sword appeared. That was the legendary life chess that could fulfill any wish. All of a sudden, the entire Darkstar civilization was stirred up. Beneath the holy pond, the King of Darkness came back to his senses, his expression changing. He took the chance to repair the damaged full moon, shooting out a thick black light that covered the three of them and little Kylin. Fu Bingyu noticed his actions and immediately tried to stop him. But this time, his attack was easily absorbed by the giant light pillar. No. Fu Bingyu charged over in rage, but he was too late. When he charged over, the black light had already teleported them all away and they disappeared without a trace. The life chess also retracted the light pillar and disappeared along with Su Yu. Fu Bingyu's expression was dark and sunken. Who is that person? Where did he come from? It was because of his appearance that the King of Darkness was saved and the scabbard that belonged to him was taken away. However, Su Yu was wearing a silver robe and did not reveal his true appearance. Fu Bingyu did not care about his identity, so he did not investigate in detail. He could not even find out which clan Su Yu belonged to. Don't think I don't know where you will be teleported to. Fu Bingyu was furious. When he returned to the holy mountain, he immediately announced that he would leave the mountain and rush to the south. Deep in the south, near the border of the Darkstar civilization. This place was under the jurisdiction of the moon-worshipping cult and was called the White Dragon Mountain Range. At the end of the White Dragon Mountain Range, there was a white ocean. At the bottom of the ocean, 6 whirlpools were spinning quietly. No one in the moon-worshipping cult would forget that a few years ago, the Dustless Moon sect occupied this place and killed countless moon-worshipping cult disciples just to open the secret realm within. At this moment, in the secret realm that had been sealed once again, a black light descended. From the black light, 3 people and 1 beast fell. Wang Dahu looked around the familiar area, his eyes filled with shock. As expected, it's here. Su Yu sensed a group of blood beasts in the distance. He was slightly shocked. This is the secret realm of the White Dragon Mountain Range. To be precise, this is the hidden space where the first Windcloud Heights master, Sima Baidi, died, the King of Darkness behind him said. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The first Windcloud Heights master fought with Fu Bingyu and never came back. He must have died outside. But the place where he died is here. Then, he began to think deeply. Sima Biyun said that Fu Bingyu killed his ancestor, and the great formation stone of the heavenly star 9 Yin and 9 Yang formation disappeared. It was very likely that it had fallen into Fu Bingyu's hands. But judging from the current situation, Sima Baidi had created a hidden space before his death, and Fu Bingyu probably did not succeed. If that was the case, the formation stone was probably still in this secret realm. Thinking of this, Su Yu felt a rush of excitement. King of Darkness, all these years, have you been teleporting people from different regions here through divine skills? Including me? Wang Dahu guessed. Every full moon, some people would be teleported to this place by accident. This had always been a strange thing. Now it seemed that it was the doing of the King of Darkness. Yes, it was me. King of Darkness looked around, his eyes were filled with sadness. I didn't expect that Brother White Emperor would fall to that person's hands and die because of me. The King of Darkness and the first Windcloud Heights master knew each other. I teleported you here in the hope that you can help the descendants of Brother Baidi to suppress the body of Sima Baidi. Wait. Su Yu came back to his senses. The Daesun clan was the descendant of Sima Baidi? Didn't it mean that they were from the same clan as Sima Biyun? Sima Biyun was the only descendant of the Sima clan left in the Windcloud Heights. The Daesun clan was also from the Daesun clan. If Sima Biyun were to find out about this, who knew what she would think? The body of Sima Baidi? Su Yu was puzzled. Did Sima Baidi's body remain after he passed away? The King of Darkness's eyes dimmed. He nodded lightly. Of course. Otherwise, how could these blood clan be born? The King of Darkness sighed softly. He appeared above the large group of blood clan members, chanting a strange spell that had an extremely powerful calming effect on souls. Chapter 1923. Every vampire had such a thread of blood within their bodies. Hundreds of thousands of blood threads appeared and converged toward the end of the secret realm. In the past, the blood pools were still dried up, but now, they were suddenly shattered. This was because the ground beneath the pool of blood had split open, revealing an ancient bronze coffin that was 100 feet tall. Thousands of strands of blood seeped into the ancient bronze coffin. When Su Yu opened his soul eyes to take a look, he was surprised to discover that only a skeleton was left. Even though it was dead, it still gave off an unusually dangerous feeling. The wisps of blood fused into his head and hid within, emitting wisps of evil aura. Brother White Deity was severely injured by Fu Bingyu and hid in a mystic realm to recuperate. However, he was unable to recover and could only use a portion of his blood essence to create a descendant. The remaining blood essence was corroded by the yin evil after his death, turning him into a blood race. In the end, the blood kindred were used by the Emperor Killer Sword and became accomplices in obtaining the White Sun Divine Stone. At the mention of the White Sun Divine Stone, Su Yu's heart trembled slightly. He took it out and said, "King of Darkness, do you recognize this item?" King of Darkness looked down and exclaimed, "Why is it in your hands?" Su Yu pondered for a moment, then told him the whole story. King of Darkness sighed, "You and Brother by Di are fated. His star god stone chose you and not the descendant he created with his essence blood. Heavenly Star Divine Stone." Su Yu's eyes shone. "Can the Heavenly Star Divine Stone you mentioned be used as a formation stone?" King of Darkness thought about it and nodded, "That's right, it can be used as the formation stone for the Heavenly Star 9 Yin 9 Yang Great Formation. How do you know about the existence of this formation?" For a moment, Su Yu was stunned. It turned out that the formation stone that Sima Biyun had yearned for had already fallen into Su Yu's hands. He pondered deeply and asked, "What will happen if the heavenly astral 9 Yin and 9 Yang Great Array is controlled by an untrustworthy person?" The King of Darkness' pupils constricted and a look of wariness appeared in his eyes. Extermination of all things, or domination of the world. Su Yu knew about the former. Sima Biyun had said that this formation could kill the four-crowned divine warrior and most of the living creatures. But the latter, she actually concealed it. As he thought of this, Su Yu had no choice but to reconsider his deal with Sima Biyun. Was she really trying to avenge her ancestors and father, or did she have other plans? This woman was very scheming, and even Suyu was fooled by her brilliant performance. It was unwise to trust her unconditionally. The King of Darkness sighed and put away Sima Baidi's remains. Let's leave as soon as possible. After so many years, Fu Bingyu should have long discovered that I've been secretly using divine arts to teleport people from different regions into this secret realm. This place isn't safe. Suyu was deeply convinced. The group packed up and immediately left the secret realm. Almost as soon as they returned to the moon-worshipping cult, Fu Bingyu came to the front of the whirlpool of the secret realm. With a casual palm strike, he pierced through the whirlpool and scanned inside. He snorted coldly. The aura has just dissipated. It seems like he just left. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the moon-worshipping sect. Moon-worshipping cult's holy altar. Before entering, Suyu pondered for a moment before activating the world annihilation plate. Both of you, if I'm not wrong, Fu Bingyu won't be able to find you. He's likely to use the power of moon-worshipping cult to find you. In order to avoid trouble, I'll have to trouble both of you to stay in this cavern world for the time being. The King of Darkness and Wang Dahu had no objections. After witnessing Fu Bingyu's cunning, it was better for them to be more cautious. After sending the two of them into the cavern world of the world annihilation plate, Suyu put on a dusty black robe, took out the identity nameplate of the moon-worshipping cult leader, hung it on his body, and stepped into the holy altar. The holy maiden immediately sensed the appearance of the moon-worshipping cult leader and showed herself. Where have you been in the past 6 months? The holy maiden asked discontentedly. After leaving the Wind Cloud Villa, the moon-worshipping cult leader hurriedly said goodbye and disappeared. All the teaching affairs were left to her. How was this like a cult leader? Some personal matters, Suyu said calmly. Did anything big happen recently? The holy maiden stared at him as if he was a strange person. Didn't you notice that light beam? Suyu suddenly understood. Oh, the mortal people's chess, right? I know. The holy maiden said calmly. Why are you asking if you know? The mortal people's chess has started. Within 49 days, the 49 strongest people of the Darkstar civilization will be summoned by the chessboard to participate in the chess game. With our strength, we'll definitely be among them. Now, let's talk about how to deal with it. Her expression was solemn. She took the mortal people's chess very seriously. Suyu was embarrassed. He had the mortal people's chess in his hands, but he didn't know as much as the holy maiden, an outsider. At this moment, the mortal people's chess was lying in the 9-jade spiritual pearl with the little Kylin. It would start in 49 days, and the mortal people's chess would appear again. To deal with it, it should be the alliance of the 5 factions, right? Suyu said without hesitation. At the moment, no one knew what the rules of the chess game were, so there was no mistake in forming an alliance. The holy maiden frowned slightly. That's a good idea, but there can only be one final winner of the mortal people's chess. The alliance of the 5 factions is a temporary alliance formed by the Emperor Killing Sword. They might not form an alliance on the mortal people's chess. Suyu didn't care. The Dustless Moon faction was under his control, and the Green Netherworld Manor was about to be controlled by another puppet. Even Sima Biyun of the Wind Cloud Villa was on the same page as Suyu and would listen to his orders. He really couldn't see any reason for the alliance of the 5 factions to be disobedient. However, he naturally wouldn't expose himself. He said, then I'll have to trouble the holy maiden to contact them. Why me? The holy maiden glared at him. Because I have to train, and I don't have time to care about other people's business. Suyu chuckled and left. The holy maiden gritted her teeth in hatred. That be **starred. However, she was very concerned about the mortal people's chess. Even if she was annoyed, she had to take the initiative to contact them. In the end, she was shocked to find that the Dustless Moon faction and the Wind Cloud Villa were very cooperative with her. She didn't even have the chance to persuade them, and both sides nodded in agreement. Sima Biyun even took the initiative to suggest that she would issue an order in the name of the alliance of the 5 factions. This made the holy maiden burst with confidence. Both sides are giving me face. The holy maiden couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, what's the point of having the moon worship sect master? Isn't it enough to have me, the holy maiden? Su Yu left the moon worship palace and appeared directly in Princess Rukan's bedroom. Compared to the past, her cultivation had improved tremendously. She was the first to break through to the level of the divine warrior of heaven and earth in half a year. At this moment, she was happily bathing in the bathtub, humming a melodious tune. Suddenly, the space in front of her started to flow. The isolation she had set up did not stop her at all. She stared blankly at Su Yu's figure in the flowing space. How could Su Yu have expected that Princess Rukan would be bathing at this moment? When he realized that something was amiss, Princess Rukan's soft shoulders, which were exposed above the water's surface, came into view, as well as her faintly discernible well-developed breasts. Ah! Princess Rukan squatted in the water with a plop, only her head sticking out of the water. She glared at Su Yu with a flushed face and indignation. You! How could you do this? Su Yu turned his head away awkwardly and muttered, "There are times when the space law is inconvenient." Because the space law was too powerful, the ordinary isolation couldn't stop him, and he came in directly. "Well, I'm sorry," Su Yu said sheepishly. The rustling sound of clothes being put on could be heard. Princess Rukan put on her clothes with a flushed face and said angrily, "That's enough." Su Yu looked straight at her, and he couldn't help but recall the scene just now. He naturally compared it with her figure. He couldn't tell. He didn't feel it when she put on clothes, but he didn't expect her body to be so well built. "What are you looking at?" Princess Rukan crossed her arms in front of her chest and gritted her teeth. She didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. There had been so many opportunities in the past, but Su Yu had never done anything to her. But today, he had. Really? Ahem. Congratulations, you've become a divine warrior of heaven and earth. If your father knew, he would be very happy, Su Yu said. Princess Rukan's eyes flickered with a gentle light. Yes, my father would be very pleased to know that I've broken through to the divine warrior of heaven and earth. She couldn't help but clutch the phoenix necklace around her neck. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother Su Yu, I want to go back to the Dayu Empire to see my father." Su Yu nodded lightly and said, "Sure," but then, Su Yu's tone turned cold, and he said indifferently, "As long as you're dead." In the past, he could only distinguish between Princess Rukan and Princess Linglong based on the subtle differences between them. But now, he could see through their souls with a casual look. At this moment, the blood-red soul was suppressing Princess Rukan's soul and taking over the dominant position. In other words, it was Princess Linglong who was in control of the body. Moreover, she had tried in vain to say that she missed Dongfang Xia to confuse Su Yu and make him think that Princess Rukan was still in control of the body. Unfortunately, Su Yu's soul mastery was much greater than before, and he had noticed the abnormality the moment he entered. Princess Rukan blinked her eyes in confusion and glared at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't seen each other for so long, yet you're saying such things the moment you come." Su Yu laughed lightly. "I didn't expect that your soul wouldn't dissipate even after I let those little bugs in to devour your soul. It's really unexpected." Hearing this, Princess Rukan's face turned serious. His clear eyes became deep and full of vicissitudes. "Su Yu. You wretched bastard. You actually let those strange bugs in while I was asleep and ate my soul." Princess Linglong was exposed, her eyes spitting fire. Before she fainted, in order to ensure that Su Yu wouldn't kill her and Princess Rukan together, she had cast the life and death curse on Su Yu. Once she died, Su Yu would die immediately. She had never expected that Su Yu would find out where her soul was, and that he would find bugs out of nowhere and devour her soul, severely damaging it. Her soul was extremely weak now, not even half of what it had been a few years ago. It wouldn't be long before Princess Rukan, whose abilities had improved tremendously, would overwhelm her soul. She was extremely furious with the soul, and her murderous intent had arisen. The life and death unification curse had linked this body to Su Yu. However, if Princess Linglong's soul was destroyed, the life and death curse would not take effect. In other words, Su Yu had found a safe way to kill her. She didn't dare to imagine whether she could wake up after falling into a deep sleep again. She was afraid that she would be devoured by those bugs while she was asleep. She had disguised herself as Princess Rukan to catch Su Yu off guard and kill him on the spot. However, since her disguise had been seen through, she could only kill him forcefully. All of a sudden, she started chanting the ancient Dragon Clan language. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. This was the secret technique of the Dragon Clan's royal family, dragon blood seething. He had seen with his own eyes how she had almost killed the Baiyu sect master with this technique. Chapter 1924. However, after so many years, he was no longer the Su Yu of yesteryear. In front of the Triple Crown Emperor, he might be able to fight back. To be precise, Princess Linglong was no longer able to deal with Su Yu. Su Yu was about to summon the White Emperor puppet. All of a sudden, an immense pressure descended upon the moon-worshipping cult. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. It came so fast. Fu Bingyu was the only one who could possess such pressure and descend upon the moon-worshipping cult. Princess Linglong also felt the pressure and stopped chanting the incantation of the dragon tribe. She was also worried that her identity as a dragon would be exposed. "Where is the moon-worshipping cult master?" A cold, authoritative voice rang out. Su Yu stared at Princess Linglong and said, "I'm sure you've sensed that this person's strength is unfathomable. He's not someone to be trifled with. How about we put aside our grievances for now?" Princess Linglong had always been wary of Su Yu's strength. She had no confidence that she could kill him in a short time. The best thing to do now was to postpone it for now. Humph. Princess Linglong's figure flashed as she hid in a secret place. Su Yu returned to the holy altar and looked at the King of Darkness who was standing in the sky. The unique aura of the King of Darkness attracted by Li and the other guardians, who came to see him in fear. "Greetings, King of Darkness." Su Yu led the other guardians to greet him. The King of Darkness glanced at Su Yu casually. His gaze almost pierced through Su Yu's dusty black robe. Then, he retracted his gaze and said, "Pass down my order. Search the entire realm. 3 people and 1 beast." He drew a clear outline in the air with his fingertip. They were none other than the King of Darkness, Wang Dahu, Su Yu, and the little Kailin. Su Yu said without hesitation, "The entire moon-worshipping cult will obey the King of Darkness orders." The King of Darkness looked at him calmly. "Don't you want to know who they are?" Su Yu's performance was clean and efficient, which piqued his curiosity. If the King of Darkness wants to tell me, he will. Now that he hasn't, all I have to do is carry out the King of Darkness orders seriously, Su Yu said humbly. He did not bow and scrape in front of the King of Darkness, because the strong would only speak to the dignified. If you gave up on your dignity, the strong would view you as a lowly being. As expected, a hint of admiration flashed across King of Darkness' indifferent eyes. Not bad. Who would have thought that the recently rising moon-worshipping cult had such a cult master? Don't worry and do it. If you succeed, I won't mistreat you. We have done our best. We do not dare to ask for rewards," Su Yu said. Then, he immediately issued an order to make thousands of copies of the photographic jade scroll of the 3 people and 1 beast and send them to all the divisions of the moon-worshipping cult. All the followers of the moon-worshipping cult were mobilized to search for the 3 people and 1 beast in the recording. King of Darkness nodded in satisfaction and threw down a unique messenger jade pendant. "Contact me immediately if you have any news." "Yes, King of Darkness." As he watched Fu Bingyu leave, Su Yu stroked the jade communication pendant with a pensive look on his face. "Is this a test for me?" Su Yu thought to himself. Fu Bingyu was probably suspecting him of protecting the King of Darkness. After all, the real King of Darkness had a strong rallying power among the 10 major forces. There was no guarantee that the moon-worshipping cult master would not seek refuge with the King of Darkness and hide him. Su Yu's face was expressionless and did not reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He held meetings for 3 consecutive days, urging the preaching elders to supervise the divisions and mobilizing all the followers to search. During this period, he did not slack off at all. He seemed to take this matter very seriously. In the sky above the moon-worshipping cult's holy altar, a shadowy figure quietly left. Fu Bingyu was extremely patient. She did not hesitate to wait for 3 days and 3 nights before she finally felt relieved. Su Yu's eyes flickered vaguely. Did I fool her for the time being? His heart stirred slightly, and he went to the place where he met Princess Linglong previously. She came out from the darkness. Su Yu immediately prepared to crush the dragon-shaped necklace and strike first. But Princess Linglong suddenly raised her head and said solemnly, "Wait. I do not want to fight with you for the time being. At least when the ice dragon worm is nearby, I do not want to expose my identity." Ice dragon worm? Fu Bingyu. However, she was willing to live in harmony for the time being. Su Yu naturally would not provoke this woman for no reason. As the daughter of the Dragon Emperor, who knew how many more trump cards she had hidden? The ice dragon worm is one of the top 3 middle-class races, right? Su Yu had a deeper understanding of the 10,000 races in the starry sky. Princess Linglong nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. That's right. Back then, it relied on the dragon royal family to turn the tables, from a lowly race to a middle-class upper-class race. But in the end, it betrayed the epoch-making dragon, Humph. Oh, a follower of the epoch-making dragon? Su Yu was surprised. If Princess Linglong was discovered by the people of the ice dragon worm race, it did not take much to guess what would happen to her. It was no wonder that she was willing to swallow her anger and temporarily let go of the fact that Su Yu had destroyed half of her soul. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Princess Linglong suddenly asked. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Some minor conflicts. Why?" "Nothing much. If you lack a helper, maybe I can count as one," Princess Linglong said coldly. Her abilities were beyond doubt, and even the 3-crown emperor might not be able to do anything to her. Su Yu's eyes lit up slightly. He asked hesitantly, "Can I trust you?" "Don't worry, compared to the deep hatred between me and the ice dragon worm, the grudge between us is nothing," Princess Linglong said. After thinking for a while, Su Yu nodded. "Okay, I think I might need your help soon. For the time being, you can stay by my side as Princess Rukan." The coldness in Princess Linglong's eyes receded like a tide, and was replaced by innocence. She rolled her eyes at Su Yu charmingly. "Okay, brother Su Yu." Su Yu's mind went numb with that one look. This woman. Back at the holy altar, Su Yu's soul came to the world annihilation plate. He glanced around casually and found the Dark King was floating above a city named Junlong in the area where the Jojo continent used to be. He was looking at the building in front of which Su Yu's statue was carved thoughtfully. Su Yu hadn't been here for a long time. With a casual glance, he found that in the cavern world of the World Annihilation Plate, whether it was the Jojo continent in the past, the God Realm later, or the lost ancient God Realm, there were many statues of Su Yu. There were no less than 100 statues in the cavern world. Countless creatures showed their reverence to the statues, and thousands of strands of the power of faith gathered in the statues. "Do you also practice the path of faith?" the Dark King asked thoughtfully without looking back. Su Yu shook his head slightly. "No, the path of faith has a big flaw. According to my observation, the souls of those who practice the path of faith are greatly damaged. It seems that they can improve their strength in a short time, but in fact, they will cause endless troubles in the future." The Dark King was a little surprised. "How could you see it so clearly? When I learned you were the sect leader of the Baiyu sect, to be honest, I thought you were not far from death." "Oh." Su Yu was surprised. "How much do you know about the path of faith?" The Dark King said seriously, "I don't know much about it. I only know that the cultivation of the path of faith has always been for the benefit of others. The deeper the cultivation, the greater the sacrifice." "For whom?" Su Yu asked again. The Dark King said leisurely, "The path of faith is like a food chain from top to bottom. The big fish eat the small fish eat the shrimp, and the shrimp eat the mud. A strong person who spreads the path of faith can devour the practitioners who convert to the path of faith he spreads, and the people above him can devour his path of faith, and so on, until the top existence who created the path of faith is at the top of the food chain." Su Yu instantly understood what he meant, and his eyes were full of surprise. In order to prevent their souls from being devoured by the path of faith, the next level of the path of faith must work hard to expand the number of people who convert to the path of faith, and the next level of the path of faith will constantly develop more and more people, and so on. Because of such a mechanism, the moon-worshipping sect could develop from nothing to one of the top 10 factions of the Darkstar civilization in just a few hundred years. The moon-worshipping sect was probably just a lower level of this mechanism. The person who stood at the top of the path of faith was probably an unimaginable big shot. Staring at the statues, Suyu felt his hair stand on end, and he didn't want to touch any of them. He thought to himself, when Xia Jingyu left the statues of the path of faith, didn't she consider that it would cause endless harm? The person who set up the statues for you is extraordinary, the Dark King said thoughtfully as he stared at the statues. The King of Darkness stared at the statue and said meaningfully, from what I know, it's very difficult to preserve the power of faith absorbed by a statue. About 90% of the faith will dissipate into nothingness. However, this statue in front of me is really amazing. Not only did they not let the strength of faith dissipate, but they also allowed the strength of faith to continue to condense in the statues. The Dark King was deeply impressed. Such a way of setting up the statues is amazing. At least, I have never heard of such an exquisite way of gathering the strength of faith. Especially the one in front of me, the strength of faith it has absorbed over the years has reached a very large level. I think this one alone is comparable to Fu Bingyu's collection of the strength of faith for 300 years. It is amazing. Before Xia Jingyu left, she had asked Qinxiana to build this statue, and it had been built for the longest time. In addition, the strength of faith absorbed by the statue did not dissipate. After so many years, the accumulated strength of faith surpassed Fu Bingyu's collection of the strength of faith for 300 years. Although the other 100 statues were not built as long as this one, because they had completely preserved the strength of faith, they were equally terrifying. If the strength of faith of all the statues was added up, it would reach an unimaginable level. I still have some scattered understanding of the strength of faith. If you are interested, you can take a look at it. The Dark King touched his forehead with his fingertip, extracted a part of his memory, and sealed it in a jade pendant. Suyu felt as if he had obtained a precious treasure. After bidding farewell, he returned to the outside world. The living creatures in the world annihilation plate only felt Suyu's breath appear hurriedly and disappear quietly. Chapter 1925. Suyu sensed it and sighed. I'm sorry, I'll definitely return when I break through to the martial emperor realm. Without another word, Suyu closed his eyes and digested the information about the path of faith. At the same time, the entire Darkstar civilization was in turmoil. The appearance of the common people's chess was like a meteorite falling into the sea, stirring up huge waves. All the factions who were qualified to be selected were making preparations. On this day, Suyu received an urgent message from Sima Biyun. There were only 4 words in the message. People from the north. There was only one explanation for the north she was referring to. The 5 factions from the north had arrived. Suyu was unperturbed. It was unexpected, but reasonable. The common people's chess was about to be held. It would be strange if the 5 factions did not seize the time to discuss with each other. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the 5 factions from the north were coming. If the 5 factions of the south did not unite now, they would suffer a great loss during the discussion. However, the moon-worshipping cult needed a month to rush to the Wind Cloud Villa. By the time the 5 factions gathered, the common people's chess would have already begun. Just as he was frowning, he suddenly looked up and sucked in a breath of cold air. He discovered that along with the communication jade slip, there were 18 stars that were arranged in a mysterious formation. They circled above the moon-worshipping cult's holy altar, emitting an immense teleportation power. It was comparable to one of the Dark King's 3 great divine techniques, the shifting stars. The great heavenly star formation of 9 yin and 9 yang? Suyu was secretly surprised. It actually possessed such a heaven-shaking might. The teleportation power was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Suyu was increasingly worried about the consequences of handing over the formation stones to Sima Biyun. After a moment, Suyu sent a message to the Saint Lady, who rushed over immediately. She was very concerned about the common people's chess and would definitely not miss the meeting of the 10 great factions. Let's go. The 5 factions from the north have come with ill intentions. The Wind Cloud Villa cannot do anything alone. Wait, let's wait for one more person, Suyu said. The saint lady was suspicious. Soon, she frowned and looked at Princess Rukan, who was leaning on Suyu's shoulder. Are you sure you want to bring her? When Suyu felt the pressure coming from his arm, he glared at the mischievous Princess Linglong angrily. He coughed dryly and said, Can't I bring my wife to the grand meet? The saintess simply could not describe the stupidity of the Reverence Moon sect leader. This wasn't a game. The 10 major powers were gathered here. If they couldn't come to an agreement, it would be the time for them to fight each other. With her strength that had just broken through to the single crown emperor stage, she was afraid that she would be crushed in an instant. However, she was too lazy to argue with him. Do as you wish. He immediately stepped into the vortex with Suyu and Princess Rukan. Then, the three of them felt the world spin. After 10 minutes, on the floating meteorite in the Wind Cloud Villa, the three of them flashed. Looking down, Sima Biyun, Lu Wuming, and honored Master Bao Kuan were already waiting here. To be exact, the current 5-sect alliance only existed in name. The leaders of the 5 sects were either dead or under someone's control. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Reverence Moon sect leader, Reverence Moon Saintess, and this young lady, you've come? Honored Master Bao Kuan and Sima Biyun welcomed them. The latter sized up Princess Rukan with a strange look, not knowing who she was. This is my wife, Princess Rukan, Suyu introduced calmly. Sima Biyun was slightly stunned. Looking at the saintess beside her, she thought to herself, shouldn't the wife of the Reverence Moon sect leader be the saintess? With the saintess's strange status in the Reverence Moon sect, who would believe that she wasn't the future Reverence Moon sect leader's wife? But what was going on now? The saintess's face was slightly flushed. She cast a glance at the two of them, her expression unnatural. With the three of them together, the relationship between them was indeed strange. Oh, so it's the Reverence Moon sect leader's wife. Welcome, Sima Biyun said with a smile. Princess Rukan responded with a light smile. Suyu glanced at honored Master Bao Kuan. Honored Master Bao Kuan was his puppet, so he received information with just a look. He had just arrived, and Suyu and the others followed behind him. In other words, the heavenly star 9 Yin and 9 Yang Great Formation had transported 2 people here at the same time. Its power was terrifying. With our abilities, we are too weak. The saintess went straight to the point, frowning deeply. The cabinet master of the Sealed Sword Pavilion had been killed by the Emperor Killing Sword, and the Green Underworld Mansion Master had been killed by the Windcloud Manor Master's sneak attack. If only the 3 factions were left, they might not be enough. At that moment, honored Master Bao Kuan said mysteriously, it doesn't matter. The Green Underworld Mansion Master will appear soon. Hearing this, the saintess and Sima Biyun were both stunned. The Green Underworld Mansion Master was dead. As he spoke, honored Master Bao Kuan seemed to sense something. He flew out of the manor and said, he's here. I'll go and welcome him. When he was far away, a storage ring that Suyu had just sent to him using space energy appeared in honored Master Bao Kuan's palm. After opening it, a black-robed man wearing the identity token of the Green Underworld Mansion Master appeared. He was none other than Suyu's other puppet, who had disguised itself as the Green Underworld Mansion Master. The two of them returned together. The saintess and Sima Biyun were both surprised, but they had different thoughts. The saintess was shocked. Not only did that person disguise himself as honored Master Bao Kuan, he even disguised himself as the Green Underworld Mansion Master. How audacious. Isn't he afraid of being exposed? Just like last time, the saintess did not expose him. Instead, she admired him even more. Sima Biyun knew that the moon-worshipping sect master planned to use the identity token of the Green Underworld Mansion Master, but she did not expect it to revive the Green Underworld Mansion Master. She looked at Suyu with a slightly more vigilant gaze. However, 4 of the 5 great leaders had been gathered, so they were much more confident. The 4 of them first discussed the bottom line of the 10 great factions, then joined forces and set off to the border between the Holy Mountain and the Windcloud Manor. When they arrived, 4 people from the Dark Moon clan were already waiting there. Every one of them had the aura of a 3-crown martial emperor. One of them had an aura that was even stronger than Lu Wuming's. This person was a beautiful woman. Her face was cold, and she gave off a cold feeling that was difficult to approach. Su Yu did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before. But he could not pinpoint exactly where. The strangest thing was that the beautiful woman looked at Su Yu. She first revealed a thoughtful expression, then a look of surprise as she sized Su Yu up. This woman. What is going on? Su Yu was secretly shocked. The way she looked at him made Su Yu feel as if the long black robe he was wearing had been seen through, as if it had no effect at all. But this was a long robe that even the four-crown martial emperor could not see through. How could this woman see through it? Who is that? Su Yu asked the saintess. What he got was a disdainful reply from the saintess. What, you had an affair with the wife of the Windcloud Manor's master, then turned around and attacked the leader of the 10 great factions, Yunwu Divine Mountain's master? I advise you not to have any thoughts about her. This woman is not simple, and you cannot afford to offend her. So it was her. The leader of the Dark Star Civilization's #1 faction, Yun Qianshuang. Although he had never seen her before, her name was well known to Su Yu. She was known as the #1 expert of the Dark Star Civilization, second only to the King of Darkness. She had been a peerless beauty since she was young. Of course, that was the view of the Dark Moon clan. In the eyes of the human race, pitch-black skin was not aesthetically pleasing. The two parties met, standing at the border and discussing. Sima Biyun still appeared as the wife of the Windcloud Manor's master. She did not say a word, but secretly manipulated Lu Wuming to talk. Is the master of the Fengjian cabinet not here? The one who spoke was Yun Qianshuang. As the leader of the North, she had full authority to negotiate on behalf of the northern factions. Lu Wuming smiled as he looked at her. Isn't the master of the Xingqiang faction not here as well? A few years ago, the master of the Xingqiang faction had fallen in the battle between the 5 factions. Yun Qianshuang calmly said, the master of the Xingqiang faction has fallen. Could it be that the master of the Fengjian cabinet has also fallen outside? Lu Wuming said, of course not. The master of the Fengjian cabinet is still on his way here. Oh, is that so? Yun Qianshuang smiled faintly, taking a step forward. Then, let's talk about the common people's chess. Since the Yunwu Divine Mountain has led another faction here, you must have come prepared. Why don't you tell us what you think? Yun Qianshuang glanced at them leisurely, her gaze landing on Su Yu and Master Bao Kuan. She then said, in my opinion, the Southern Alliance should transfer 49 experts to join the 5 great factions in the north. Only then can the Dark Star Civilization's power be consolidated to deal with our enemies. Sima Biyun had no objections to the existence of external enemies. Apart from the 10 factions in the entire Dark Star Civilization, there was another extremely powerful faction. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The number of experts in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was still an unknown, but there were definitely many of them. At least according to the rumors, the Dark Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's branch president, the Sword Alliance Master, was a 4-crown emperor. It was difficult to estimate how many experts he had under his command. Dealing with external enemies is a matter of course. The common people's chess came from our Dark Star civilization, so there is no reason for outsiders to steal the opportunity, Lu Wuming said. Lu Wuming said, but why should we, the 5 great forces of the south, join your north, and not you? Yun Qianshuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Because all of you combined can't even stand a chance against me. Although she was a woman, she had a domineering aura. Su Yu creased his brows. What arrogance! The rumored Yun Qianshuang was indeed powerful, but she was only slightly more powerful than Lu Wuming. Where did she get the confidence to challenge all of them by herself? Lu Wuming laughed proudly. Yun Qianshuang, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, and you've become more arrogant than ever. Why don't we spar right now? Yun Qianshuang laughed softly. There's no need for a spar. All of you here can attack me together. If you can even shake me, it will be my loss. I will lead the northern factions to follow your orders. Oh! Su Yu was surprised. This woman's tone was really too arrogant, too arrogant. Chapter 1926. Even someone as powerful as the Four-Crown Emperor could only say that he didn't fear their combined attacks. Whether or not he would be able to shake them in the slightest was something that even the Four-Crown Emperor didn't have absolute confidence in. This girl was extremely confident. Could it be that she truly had the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Four-Crown Emperors? Even Su Yu couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear. Sima Biyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Wuming received the news and immediately agreed, "Is this true?" Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Yun Qianshuang teased him again, "Of course it's fake. Do you really think I'm that stupid?" She giggled, looking like she was just teasing them. The unexpected words made Su Yu and the others' faces slightly twitch. In any case, he was the leader of the 10 great forces. Wasn't it a little too much to ridicule him in such a solemn occasion? She then looked at the leaders of the other 3 forces behind her. They either stood a distance away, indicating that they did not know her, rubbed their noses in embarrassment, or stared at her with disappointment. It was obvious that this woman's absurd behavior was not something that had happened in a day or two. They were already used to it. Sima Biyun snorted disdainfully. She had thought that this girl really had such strength. So, that was all there was to it. Lu Wuming snorted. "That's a joke. Be serious." The 4 great forces had come from afar and formed an alliance in such a short period of time. How could they not have any plans? "My serious suggestion is," Yun Qianshuang said lazily, "in 10 days, all of you must submit to me." Lu Wuming said unhappily, "Mountain Lord Yun, you can joke but not twice. We are not gathered here to listen to your jokes." Unexpectedly, the eyes of the leaders of the 3 northern forces turned solemn, and they stared at them with a dim light in their eyes. "Right now, I'm serious," Yun Qianshuang said indifferently. Sima Biyun narrowed her eyes. She was serious, but this was even more arrogant than the previous sentence. The North and South had existed for many years, and neither side was willing to submit to the other. There had never been a time when either side was qualified to unify the other. Lu Wuming raised his eyebrows and said, "Where's your trump card?" Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. With the common people's chess in front of him, he did not believe that the northern forces would be stupid enough to choose to start a war at this juncture and cause both sides to suffer. However, what right did he have to make the 5 southern forces submit to him? Only the King of Darkness had the right to do so, right? However, the King of Darkness never intervened in the fights between the top 10 forces, never. Sure, Yun Qianshuang took out a rescript that contained a majestic aura and tossed it into the air. With the common people's chess around the corner, Yun Qianshuang will be appointed as the commander of the 10 factions. She will combine the strength of the other factions to win the common people's chess. That was the unique aura of the King of Darkness, no one would mistake it for someone else. The pupils of the Saintess, who had been silent all this while, contracted violently. The Dark King's edict. A strange look appeared in Sima Biyun's eyes. "It's an edict, it's real." His expression became extremely ugly. The King of Darkness, who never interfered in the matters of the 10 factions, actually allowed Yun Qianshuang to lead them to deal with the common people's chess. How could they be willing to accept such an overbearing and absurd decision? Once that happened, the southern forces would be completely controlled by the northern forces. Although the deadline was before the common people's chess. However, this period of time was enough for the northern forces to bring destruction to the south. Even though Sima Biyun was on guard and knew that the alliance of the 4 northern factions definitely did not have good intentions, Sima Biyun had not expected this. But the situation was completely out of control. Yun Qianshuang closed the imperial edict with a wave of her hand. She looked at them with a faint smile and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Sima Biyun and the Saintess were both silent. How would they dare to object to the King of Darkness orders? Although the King of Darkness had never considered himself to be the ruler of the Darkstar civilization, his position was undoubtedly supreme. They had no choice but to listen to his edict. Sima Biyun's gaze shifted and she had no other choice. The King of Darkness had not noticed that she was controlling Lu Wuming. If she went against the King of Darkness's decision now and provoked him to come personally, it would be bad if he found out that something was wrong. Wind Cloud Villa. We will follow the King of Darkness's decision. Sima Biyun made her choice. The saintess sighed and looked at the moon-worshipping sect leader. After thinking about it, the latter also chose to agree. Firstly, he and Sima Biyun didn't want to tangle too much with the King of Darkness in case they were exposed. Secondly, it was a month's journey from here to the moon-worshipping sect. Even if the northern factions took over, it was not a big deal. A round trip would take 2 months, so they probably wouldn't even head to the moon-worshipping sect's territory. Master Bao Kuan and the Green Hell Palace Master naturally agreed. Their treasuries had been emptied by Su Yu, so it was not a big deal for them to be ruled by the northern factions. It didn't take long for Yun Qianshuang to get their answers. A look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She said in a bored tone, "I was wondering who would resist, so I could find a chance to practice my skills. I didn't expect you all to be as timid as mice." "Fine, I will go to your factions now and make arrangements," Yun Qianshuang said calmly. "I will go to the Wind Cloud Villa and temporarily manage it. Hua Hun, go to the Dustless Moon faction and manage the territory." Hua Hun was the current owner of the Miaoxiang Workshop, one of the 5 great factions in the north. He was good at soul secret techniques. "Leng Yun, you will be in charge of the Green Hell Palace." Leng Yun was the master of the Heartless Taoist Temple, one of the 5 great factions. "Yu Huang, you will go to the moon-worshipping sect." Yun Qianshuang glanced at the moon-worshipping sect leader. Sima Biyun was slightly surprised by Yun Qianshuang's arrangements. Yu Huang was the current palace master of the Heavenly Palace. His strength was second only to Lu Wuming, and he was ranked 3rd among the 10 great factions. She had arranged for him to be in the weakest faction, the moon-worshipping sect. This arrangement was a little unusual. Was there something about the moon-worshipping sect that Yun Qianshuang valued or feared? Yu Huang nodded silently. "What if there are people who are dissatisfied?" Yun Qianshuang said calmly, "Then how do you think we should deal with those who disobey the orders of the King of Darkness and obstruct the arrangements of the common people's chess?" "Kill them." Yu Huang understood, and his gaze toward Su Yu became a little colder. "Isn't that it?" Yun Qianshuang spread out her hands. "Therefore, the leaders of the southern factions had better cooperate with the arrangements of the north. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the King of Darkness won't come personally." Sima Biyun's expression was extremely solemn. Her Wind Cloud Villa was not far from here, and they would arrive soon. On the other hand, the moon-worshipping sect, which was the furthest away, might be safe. "If that's the case, let's split up," Yun Qianshuang said. At the same time, she took out 4 small stones of 5 colors. She kept one for herself and gave the other 3 to Hua Hun, Leng Shan, and Yu Huang. Hua Hun was a young lady. However, under Su Yu's soul eyes, she was an old lady with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. It was just that she looked very young on the outside. As the saying went, it was difficult to draw the skin, but difficult to draw the bones. She had the appearance of a young lady, but the soul of an old lady. "Master Bao Kuan, let's go. Show me around the Dustless Moon faction." She smiled delicately and crushed the small stone of 5 colors in her hand. Instantly, a ball of dense colorful light engulfed the 2 of them. However, a moment later, Su Yu was shocked. Through the soul connection, he learned that Master Bao Kuan had been transported back to the Dustless Moon faction by the mysterious colorful light. Chapter 1927. Sima Biyun's expression changed slightly. She said in a low voice, "I thought the Cloud Mist God Mountain's heavenly songstone was extinct many years ago and could no longer be mined." Yun Qianshuang chuckled happily. "Hihi, of course it was tossed out from the graves of our ancestors. Those old fellows even brought a heavenly song divine stone with them when they died. They really don't understand how to empathize with our descendants." This was the first time she had seen someone digging their ancestors' graves so happily. Then, Yun Qianshuang crushed the 5-colored divine stone. It was only a 2-day journey, but she had willfully used the extinct heavenly song stone. What a waste. After she left, Leng Shan invited the Qingming Mansion master to teleport away. In the end, only the Feather Emperor was left. He glanced at Su Yu and the 2 ladies beside him. He glanced at the Saint Lady and lingered on Princess Rukan. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He crushed the heavenly song stone without saying a word. Soon, they appeared in the sky above the holy altar of the moon-worshipping sect. Princess Rukan curled her lips secretly. How long has it been since they left? Su Yu's face darkened. The Wind Cloud Villa had the heavenly star 9 yin and 9 yang great formation, but the Cloud Mist God Mountain had the heavenly song stone. Is this the moon-worshipping sect? The Feather Emperor glanced around indifferently and shook his head. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that a trick used to fool the mortals could create such a force. He did not hide his contempt for the moon-worshipping sect at all. However, the foundation is still too weak. Even the headquarters is of such a nondescript scale. The Feather Emperor's contempt grew. You can imagine the size of the subsects below. Su Yu said calmly, I don't know how the King of Darkness would feel if I told him what you said. Huh? The Feather Emperor frowned. Then, his expression changed slightly as he scolded, Humph. Don't try to compare your deceptive tricks to the King of Darkness. You are fooling the mortals, while the King of Darkness is respected from the bottom of his heart by all the big and small tribes. This is different from you. He was eager to clarify himself and flatter the King of Darkness. From the bottom of his heart. Not necessarily. Based on Su Yu's personal experience, the mortals of the cavern world did not believe in the illusory King of Darkness, but the controller of the cavern world who took good care of them. However, this faith was forcefully given to the King of Darkness. Moreover, the leaders of the various tribes didn't have any faith in the King of Darkness. In order to gain more faith in a short period of time, the Dark King didn't hesitate to create chaos and harm countless lives. It would be strange if the tribe leader understood faith. Su Yu naturally wouldn't explain himself, so he said, What arrangements do you have? Just tell me. The Feather Emperor stared at him coldly. Watch your tone. From now on, I am the leader of the moon-worshipping sect. As for you, you are nothing. Just stay there quietly. He was just a temporary manager, yet he claimed to be the master of the moon-worshipping cult. The Saintess was infuriated. The moon-worshipping cult was being trampled on by others. This was something unimaginable in the past. Su Yu frowned slightly. Even if the moon-worshipping cult was ruined by this person, Su Yu wouldn't feel bad about it. However, there were some things and some people that he had better not cross Su Yu's bottom line. A cold light flashed across Su Yu's eyes. Then please help yourself. The Feather Emperor chuckled. The first thing is to summon the Guardian Elders in the Holy Altar and the Core Preaching Elders to meet the new sect master. Su Yu nodded and brought him to the moon-worshipping hall to issue the summons. After entering the hall, the Feather Emperor flew to the sect master's throne and sat down immediately. When Guardian Bai Li and the other preaching elders came to meet him, they found a stranger sitting on the sect master's throne. Unlike the soul-devouring worm last time, this person's cultivation was very high, making them feel immense pressure. They didn't dare to act rashly and looked at the moon-worshipping cult leader for instructions. However, the moon-worshipping cult leader didn't say a word, which confused them. You are all here. The Feather Emperor nodded calmly, then his expression turned solemn. Pass on the King of Darkness's order. The common people's chess is about to start, and the northern forces will temporarily manage the southern forces. We will consolidate the power of the 10 great forces and fight for the victory of the common people's chess. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Do you understand? The King of Darkness's order. Guardian Bai Li and the others were shocked. The King of Darkness never interfered with the competition between the 10 great forces. How could it be? What he said is true, Su Yu said. His words put Guardian Bai Li and the others in an awkward position. Were they loyal to the moon-worshipping cult leader or the temporary sect master in front of them? Why? Aren't you going to greet your new sect master? The Feather Emperor snorted coldly, a strong pressure coming at them without warning. Guardian Bai Li and the others were immediately suppressed and forced to kneel down. The preaching elders' cultivation was only at the single crown emperor level, so they couldn't bear it and all of them were shaken. One of them had a very weak cultivation, and he was so shaken that he spat out blood. He was sprawled on the ground and couldn't even get up. He was the new preaching elder who was jointly promoted by the sect master and the saint lady, Yang Tai. Guardian by Li and the others were shocked. After struggling for a moment, they all shouted, "Greetings, acting sect master." Only then did the Feather Emperor nod in satisfaction. However, when his gaze swept over Yang Tai, who was sprawled on the ground and couldn't move, his eyes were filled with disdain. How can a silver overlord be a preaching elder? Your moon-worshipping sect is really messy. As the saying goes, a new official must clean up his post. Since I'm the new sect master, the first fire I'll clean up the incompetent people in the sect. He waved his sleeve, and Yang Tai was sent flying by a huge force. The attack of a Triple Crown Emperor was enough to turn a silver overlord into ashes even if it was just a casual attack. Yang Tai was caught off guard, and he spat out blood on the spot. His body was ravaged and destroyed by the majestic power. The Saint Lady's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her slender body flashed, and she pressed against Yang Tai's back, trying her best to disperse the attack on him. However, she was also injured and sent flying out of the moon-worshipping hall. Fortunately, because of her attack, Yang Tai escaped death. However, he was seriously injured and fell unconscious. The Saint Lady's red lips were full of blood, and she stared coldly at the Feather Emperor in the hall. You can clean up people, but what's the meaning of killing him? The Feather Emperor's eyes darkened. He naturally wanted to kill people to establish his might and tell these guardian elders who were unconvinced by him who was the real master. He didn't expect that the Saint Lady of the moon-worshipping sect would actually attack a small preaching elder. I'm representing the King of Darkness, and I'm working on his behalf. You stopped me. Are you dissatisfied with the King of Darkness? The Feather Emperor stood up, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Also, I'm very curious. As the Saint Lady, you should be a subordinate of the sect master. However, rumor has it that you're on equal footing with the sect master. This is unbelievable. Chapter 1928. The Guardians were terrified. The sect leader wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of the Holy Maiden. Great anger and fear lingered in their hearts. Su Yu frowned deeply and shouted, "Heavenly Palace Master, enough is enough." He wanted to establish his authority, but the price of executing Yang Tai and the Holy Maiden was beyond Su Yu's bottom line. The Feather Emperor turned a deaf ear and stared at the Holy Maiden, saying, "Kneel down and swear allegiance to me, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, your body and soul will be destroyed." In his eyes, there was no respect for the moon-worshipping sect leader. The Holy Maiden gritted her teeth and protected Yang Tai behind her. She said coldly, "Feather Emperor, don't go too far." The Feather Emperor replied with a contemptuous sneer, "What do you mean too far? Maybe the moon-worshipping sect should thank me for cleaning up the faction. I'll say it one last time, kneel down and surrender, and you will not die." However, the Holy Maiden had always been proud and arrogant. How could she kneel down and surrender? She grabbed Yang Tai's shoulder and flew out of the altar. The Feather Emperor had the edict of the King of Darkness, so it was better not to confront him head-on for the time being. However, even if she wanted to withdraw, she had to ask the Feather Emperor if he would agree. Humph. The Holy Maiden disobeyed the orders of the King of Darkness first, and then disobeyed the orders of the sect leader. This is treason, and you will be killed without mercy. The Feather Emperor snorted coldly, and a chain of law flew out from his hand. With the strongest attack, he wanted to destroy the Holy Maiden and Yang Tai together. The Holy Maiden's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly used the power of faith to fight against it. The condensed shield was extraordinary, about the level of a Double Crown Emperor, and it was difficult to effectively destroy the attack of a Triple Crown Emperor. However, the one who attacked was a Triple Crown Emperor, and among the 10 great Triple Crown Emperors, it was a powerful existence that ranked third. The Holy Maiden could not resist at all. The chain directly shattered the Holy Maiden's shield, and it seemed that her body would be directly smashed, and her soul would be destroyed. At this moment, a strange space lotus bloomed in front of the Holy Maiden. The lotus bloomed quickly, and hundreds of space barriers appeared. With countless cracking sounds, the petals of the space lotus were crushed, unable to stop the chain of law. However, the momentum of the chain of law sweeping forward was greatly reduced. Seizing this opportunity, the Saintess grabbed Yang Tai and tore through the sky and fled. Before he left, He turned back to look at the Bayou sect leader, who was quietly walking back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. For the first time, he felt grateful. She usually looked down on the sect leader of the Bayou sect for being useless and useless. She didn't expect that at the critical moment, the sect leader of the Bayou sect would ignore the Emperor of Yu's power and the King of Darkness edict and protect them. An apologetic look appeared in his eyes. Su Yu nodded his head lightly and gestured for her to leave with Yang Tai for the time being. They would return after the situation had calmed down. The latter nodded and used some kind of secret technique to teleport away. When the Feather Emperor's nomological chains completely shattered the spatial lotus, the Saintess and Yang Tai had already disappeared without a trace. The Feather Emperor's eyes were cold. His face was ashen as he turned around and shouted, "You dare defy me?" Su Yu walked over slowly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Not only will I resist, but I will also die with you." His aura rose rapidly, and it was obvious that he wanted to fight a great battle. The Emperor of Feathers laughed coldly. "You! I will probably die first, but don't think you will have it easy too. I really want to know how the King of Darkness will feel when he finds out that you killed one of the leaders when he is in need of help. Maybe he will be very grateful to you." Fear flashed in the Emperor of Feathers' eyes when he heard that. He came here just to make use of the King of Darkness edict to destroy the moon-worshipping sect and take away the sect's resources. How would he dare to fight to the death with the sect leader of the moon-worshipping sect? Not to mention the outcome of the battle, the sect leader of the moon-worshipping sect might die, but he would inevitably be severely injured. The common people's chess was at hand, and being heavily injured meant that he would have to withdraw. Secondly, if the sect leader of the moon-worshipping sect really died, would the King of Darkness be angry? He knew the answer without even thinking about it. Therefore, he could attack anyone except the sect leader of the moon-worshipping sect. "Humph! I am the sect leader of the moon-worshipping sect now. You have no right to speak here. Scram!" He shouted coldly as the aura on his body slowly retracted. Su Yu's aura had risen to the level of a half-step emperor. Hearing that, the aura stopped abruptly and slowly retracted. He was just scaring the Emperor of Feathers. If they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for the Emperor of Feathers. Even if he used the dragon-shaped necklace on his neck, he still wouldn't be a match for the Emperor of Feathers. He would even expose his true strength. Therefore, Su Yu knew when to stop. The Emperor of Feathers didn't manage to burn him, so he turned to the other targets. Staring at the remaining 6 guardians, he frowned and said, "Where are the other guardians? Why didn't they listen to the summons? Are they looking down on me?" Those guardians had long died in the Dayu Empire. Of course, they wouldn't come out to see him. Guardian Bai Li was filled with fear. Even Sheng dared to face the public, let alone a mere guardian like him. Acting sect leader, "They are out on a mission and haven't returned yet," Guardian Bai Li said immediately. The Emperor of Feathers snorted coldly. The moon-worshipping sect is in a critical period of expansion, but they took the opportunity to hide outside. "Pass down my order, strip them of their positions as guardian elders." He stared at Su Yu and said, "I don't want anyone to have any objections. Otherwise, humph. If he continued to be obstructed, he might have to kill a few people to establish his authority." Su Yu didn't show any concern. If they were stripped of their positions, then so be it. Those people had already been reduced to ashes, so what if they were stripped of their positions? Seeing that Su Yu didn't object, the Emperor of Feathers retracted his gaze and turned to Guardian Bai Li. He said indifferently, "As for the 6 of you, you sat by and watched an incompetent person like the Saint Lady destroy the moon-worshipping sect, yet you didn't do anything about it. I can see that you are also incompetent people." Hearing that, Guardian Bai Li and the others were infuriated. It was the sect leader's decision that the Saint Lady could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader. How could the few guardians influence her decision? It was unreasonable to blame them. "Our sect is in need of manpower. I can avoid heavy punishment, but it will be hard to reduce the punishment," the Emperor of Feathers said sternly. "6 guardians, listen up." Guardian Bai Li and the others looked at each other, feeling uneasy. "Listen up, acting sect leader. From now on, The 6 of you will be stripped of your positions as guardians. You will be punished to establish a new branch altar of the moon-worshipping sect. You can only come back when you have proven your abilities. Do you understand? The Emperor of Feathers said slowly. The 6 guardians' faces were extremely ugly. Stripped of their positions as guardians? Demoted to preaching elders? Except for Guardian Bai Li, who was barely able to keep his composure, the rest of the guardians couldn't hold it in anymore. They secretly transmitted their voices and cursed angrily. Damn it! I used hundreds of years of meritorious service to climb to the position of guardian step by step. What right do you have to strip me of my position with just a few words? If that's the case, is there any need for the moon-worshipping sect to continue existing? Years of hard work has been erased for no reason. I can't find a reason to continue serving him. Let's wait and see. After all, he is only the acting sect leader. He might be able to give orders now, but after he leaves, the sect leader will summon us back. Chapter 1929. The 6 guardians were completely enraged. Even Guardian Bai Li could no longer keep his composure. He said in a low voice, "May I ask, acting sect master, who controls the seal?" Nonsense. Of course it's the sect. Guardian Bai Li's heart sank. If it was controlled by him, wouldn't he still control their life and death after leaving the moon-worshipping sect? He could not accept this no matter what. The 6 guardians looked at Su Yu in unison, casting him a pleading look. However, Su Yu was unmoved. The 6 guardians felt a chill in their hearts. The Feather Emperor had the edict of the King of Darkness. Even the sect master could not help him. All of a sudden, the 6 of them were in a difficult situation. Finally, one of the guardians cupped his fists and said, "Acting sect master, you are right. I am incompetent and not fit to be a guardian of the moon-worshipping sect. Therefore, I would like to resign." What he meant was to withdraw from the moon-worshipping sect and no longer have anything to do with it. When Su Yu regained control of the moon-worshipping sect, he would return. He believed that the moon-worshipping sect master would accept them again. The rest of them understood, including Guardian Bai Li and the others. They all expressed their resignation. The Feather Emperor was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Approved. Before the 6 guardians could heave a sigh of relief, the Feather Emperor said, "However, leave behind all your storage spaces and personal belonging. It was the moon-worshipping sect that gave you everything. Now that you are leaving, don't take anything with you except yourselves." The 6 protectors were enraged. Why? Those resources were the rewards they had received from the moon-worshipping sect through their own efforts. They had been painstaking efforts for many years. Now they were being asked to hand them over. Guardian Bai Li said in a low voice, "Acting sect master, everything we have on us is our personal belongings. There is no reason to return them." The Feather Emperor's cold eyes answered him. Bang! Guardian Bai Li was severely injured, and his body flew out of the moon-worshipping palace. At the same time, the space storage device in his hand was taken away. The other 5 were furious. What was the difference between this and robbery? I am a man of my word. One more word and I will kill you. The Feather Emperor looked at the remaining 5 coldly. They were furious, but under the pressure of the Feather Emperor, they had no choice but to hand over their storage rings. Only then would they be able to leave Lunar Right Hall. Since you have withdrawn from the moon-worshipping cult, in order to prevent you from harming the followers of the moon-worshipping cult, you are given 3 days to leave the moon-worshipping cult. Under the support of the other protectors, Protector Bai Li did not dare to voice his anger and fled in a hurry. In the main hall, the preaching elders were infuriated by the loss of their lips and teeth. They could see that this Emperor of Feather was clearly using this opportunity to destroy moon-worshipping cult. Forcing the protector away was only one of them. Alright, now let's check the treasury of the moon-worshipping cult. The Feather Emperor looked at Su Yu expectantly. Lead the way. Without saying a word, Su Yu led the way. The resources of the moon-worshipping cult were enormous. Although not many of them caught Su Yu's attention, for the Feather Emperor, such a large amount of resources was enough to expand the influence of the Heavenly Palace to another level. On the contrary, the moon-worshipping cult would shrink further. The management of the moon-worshipping cult is too chaotic. In order to prevent the resources from being wasted by vile people, I will temporarily take charge of it. The Feather Emperor didn't give any explanation and took all the resources in the treasury. In this regard, Su Yu had no intention of stopping him. The Feather Emperor saw this and secretly despised him. With the edict of the King of Darkness in your hands, I don't think you can do anything. Let's go. Show me the industries controlled by the moon-worshipping cult. The Feather Emperor was not satisfied. He set his eyes on the other industries of the moon-worshipping cult, wanting to control them as well. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Since you are the acting sect master, please do as you please. I will not accompany you. The Feather Emperor's eyes darkened, but he didn't dare to be too aggressive. He said coldly, I advise you not to be stubborn. You have seen the edict of the King of Darkness clearly. If you are not worthy of me and the King of Darkness is not satisfied, you know the consequences. That's why I said, please do as you please. Now, everything is handled by you. Whether the King of Darkness is satisfied or not has nothing to do with me, Su Yu said calmly and turned to leave. The Feather Emperor stared at his back mockingly. Don't worry, the King of Darkness will be satisfied. Several days later, the Feather Emperor purged the core members of the moon-worshipping cult and plundered its resources, plunging the entire moon-worshipping cult into great turmoil. The meritorious officials were expelled, and many of the divisions were leaderless, falling into a state of disorder. At the same time, the resources that should have been distributed to the divisions in a timely manner were not being used. This caused the divisions to lose their morale and were on the verge of collapse. In just a few days, the Feather Emperor had turned the moon-worshipping cult into a mess, and there were signs of it collapsing. Moreover, he had no intention of stopping. He extended his tentacles of plundering resources to the various divisions. In particular, he heard that the White Dragon Division was distributing massive amounts of resources to the relatives of the fallen martial artists in the White Dragon City. He even came to the White Dragon City in person. While he was leaving the Holy Altar, Su Yu appeared in the dense forest not far from the Holy Altar. The Saint Maiden, dressed in a white robe, stood in the forest without a speck of dust. Are you going to let him continue? The Saint Maiden stared at the moon-worshipping cult master coldly. After learning about the Feather Emperor's actions, she was extremely angry and blurted out. However, as soon as she asked the question, she realized that it was inappropriate. After all, the moon-worshipping cult master had not done anything wrong. The Feather Emperor had the edict of the King of Darkness. What could the moon-worshipping cult master do? Her suspicions were completely unreasonable. Sorry, I was too agitated, the Saint Maiden apologized. I didn't mean to blame you, it doesn't matter. As the cult master, I am responsible for bringing the moon-worshipping cult to such a state, Su Yu said calmly. Hey! The Saint Maiden was slightly surprised and looked at the moon-worshipping cult master curiously. For some reason, the moon-worshipping cult master gave her a very strange feeling. It was not the same as the arrogant and weak person he used to be. Saint Maiden, can you do me a favor? Su Yu asked. What favor? Make the Feather Emperor pay the price. Su Yu's eyes were cold. The Feather Emperor's actions had crossed Su Yu's bottom line. From the moment he planned to kill Yang Tai, he had crossed the line. The Saint Maiden was shocked and said in disbelief, he has the edict of the King of Darkness, and he is ranked third. What can you do to him? Su Yu's eyes were cold. If I can't do anything to him, someone else can. Just do as I tell you. His lips wriggled, and he told her the details of the plan through telepathy. After listening, the Saint Maiden looked doubtful. Is it that simple? Su Yu nodded slightly. That's all I need you to do. There is a certain risk in this matter, and I can't let you expose yourself too much. The Saint Maiden looked at Su Yu deeply and nodded slowly. Well, I will trust you this time. To be honest, she had no idea what Su Yu was going to do. Chapter 1930. At the same time, in the White Dragon City branch, the new branch leader knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. The missionary elder in charge of this area, the White Dragon Elder, also bowed deeply. His face was filled with anger and anxiety. In front of them, the Feather Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, releasing the aura of a three-crown emperor. Xiao Chen glanced at the White Dragon Elder and rubbed the storage ring on his palm in surprise. He had not expected a mere missionary elder to have so many resources on him. Moreover, most of them had already been distributed to the families of the victims. Why didn't you carry out my orders? The Feather Emperor's aura increased, forcing them to bow even more. Under the pressure, the branch leader didn't even have the strength to speak. The White Dragon Elder gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Acting leader, it's not that we didn't want to carry out your orders, but we couldn't. The resources have already been distributed. We called on the families of those who received the resources to hand them back, but only a few were willing to listen." The Feather Emperor's eyes turned cold. Useless trash. As the missionary elder in charge of White Dragon City, you can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? From now on, you are removed from your position as missionary elder. Scram. Without giving the White Dragon Elder any chance, the Feather Emperor glared at him, and an invisible force sent the White Dragon Elder flying out of the branch. Pass down my order. Lead the moon-worshipping cult's believers to demand the resources one by one. Anyone who disobeys will be considered a traitor and will be executed on the spot. If anyone tries to escape, immediately issue a wanted order so that they won't be able to escape. Hearing this, the branch leader sucked in a cold breath. This will cause a rebellion, right? Those resources had been given to the families of the victims. Now that they were demanding them back in such a domineering way, they would definitely incur the wrath of the people. Rebellions were inevitable. It might even affect other areas, destroying the moon-worshipping cult's hundreds of years of foundation. Humph. So what if it's a rebellion? Just kill them, the Feather Emperor said rudely. If it caused a rebellion, it would be the best. They could take the opportunity to make the moon-worshipping cult collapse on its own. The branch leader hesitated. The Feather Emperor's eyes were cold. My patience is limited. If you continue to disobey my orders, you will be punished as a traitor. There was only one outcome for traitors, death. Helpless, the branch leader gritted his teeth and nodded. I will solemnly obey the acting sect leader's decree. Even the real cult master was helpless. What could a small fry like him, who recognized him and obeyed his orders? As a result, White Dragon City fell into darkness. Powerful believers of the moon-worshipping cult were dispatched from all directions, pouring into White Dragon City. They went door to door and checked against the list one by one to find the families of the victims who had already received compensation and forcibly demanded the resources that had been distributed to them. If they were unwilling to return it, the only answer they would receive would be iron-blooded suppression, cruel and bloody. All of a sudden, the entire White Dragon City was filled with desperate cries, heart-wrenching screams, and angry shouts. Suffering the death of their loved ones was already an unbearable pain for the family members. Now, the compensation promised by the moon-worshipping cult was forcefully taken back. This was no different from rubbing salt into their wounds. Many of the family members had only been in a stalemate for a while before they were coldly executed as a bloody punishment. The remaining family members lost their loved ones one after another. In their despair, they completely broke out. On the spot, they took revenge by perishing together with the desperate believers. A spark could be easily extinguished. But the same spark covered the entire White Dragon City. How could it be extinguished? At first, they had forcibly demanded resources, but in the end, the entire White Dragon City had collectively rebelled against the moon-worshipping cult. The Feather Emperor, who was in charge of White Dragon City, unhurriedly dispatched more elite soldiers from other regions to suppress the rebelling believers. His methods were extremely cruel and merciless. Anyone who rebelled against the moon-worshipping cult, regardless of whether they had participated in it or not, would be sentenced to death regardless of gender or age. Not only did the bloody methods not frighten them, they even made them resist at all costs. Moreover, the chaos in White Dragon City was like a single spark setting a prairie ablaze. The rest of the indignant believers were utterly disappointed by the moon-worshipping cult's performance over the past half-month. The fate of White Dragon City chilled them to the core. In just 10 days, more than 30 missionary elders voluntarily resigned from their positions. The hundreds of cities under their jurisdiction were in chaos without a leader. Rebel armies sprang up everywhere, attacking the local branches of the moon-worshipping cult. They swore to withdraw from the moon-worshipping cult and drive the moon-worshipping cult out of their regions. Soon, the war that affected half of the moon-worshipping cult spread across the endless mountains and rivers. The instigator of all this, the Feather Emperor, weighed the few blood-stained space storage devices in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. We managed to take back those resources. Actually, it was far more than that. The entire White Dragon City had been destroyed, and the resources of the innocent people had been taken away and given to the Feather Emperor. The amount of resources was far greater than what had been distributed. After staying there for half a month, the Feather Emperor stood up and patted the shoulder of the White Dragon branch leader. Well done. You will definitely be rewarded in the future. You continue to suppress the rebelling believers. I will return to the holy altar. The branch leader looked anxious. Deputy leader, the war has spread to other cities. If this continues, it will lead to a great disaster. Deputy leader, you have already taken back all the resources. How about we stop the war? The Feather Emperor sneered. Stop the war? A bunch of rebelling believers will only end up with one thing, death. Pass down my order. Anyone who joins the rebel army will have their entire family killed. Hearing this, the branch leader's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Their entire family would be killed. This was equivalent to forcing the loyal believers who still followed the moon-worshipping religion to join the rebel army. The moon-worshipping religion was Finnish. At this moment, the branch leader suddenly received a message. Deputy leader, our people have found the Holy Lady. She is about to enter White Dragon City. Ha! The Feather Emperor was instantly on guard. The moon-worshipping Holy Lady was the sect leader's subordinate. What was she doing in White Dragon City? Was she going to do something bad to him? Where is her exact location? The branch leader immediately contacted the intelligence personnel. After learning the details, the Feather Emperor disappeared into thin air and appeared in front of the broken city gate of White Dragon City. At this moment, the rebel army was fighting the moon-worshipping religion's army. The Holy Lady was hiding in the dark, secretly recording the images in front of her. It seemed that she had been doing this for a long time. The Feather Emperor arrived and immediately noticed the Holy Lady's small movements. He thought to himself, did the moon-worshipping religion send her here? Is she recording the current situation to find something bad to use against me? Or is there a deeper conspiracy? No matter what she wants to do, I can't let her stay here. I spared your life. I didn't think you would dare to appear in front of me again. The Feather Emperor's sudden appearance gave the Holy Lady a fright. She hurriedly hid the recorded images in her spatial storage device. The Feather Emperor's eyes became even colder. She was indeed plotting something. He snorted, and a strong pressure sent the Holy Lady flying. She crashed into half of the city. The Holy Lady was just a peak overlord. How could she feel after being attacked by a Triple Crown Emperor? Her body was smashed into pieces on the spot. Even her soul was gone. She was dead. The Feather Emperor was slightly stunned. Isn't she good at the power of faith? How could she die so easily? In the moon-worshipping palace, he had wanted to kill the Holy Lady with one strike, but he hadn't been able to do so. The current strike was much weaker than the one before, but it was able to kill it. A trace of surprise flashed through his mind, but he didn't care too much. He took over the spatial storage device that had fallen from the Holy Lady's body and looked inside. As expected, he found many recorded images of the chaos in White Dragon City. What can you do to me with these things? The Feather Emperor shook his head. With a casual pinch, he crushed them all. The rest of the resources in the storage device were taken away. After doing this, he left the war-torn White Dragon City behind and returned to the holy altar. With a sweep of his soul, he found Su Yu immediately. At this moment, Su Yu was secretly cultivating in the secret chamber, and he was oblivious to the situation outside. The Feather Emperor's lips curled into a cold, contemptuous smile. He then turned his gaze to other parts of the holy altar. His eyes finally fixed on Princess Rukan's room. A glint of hot light flashed past. He strode over to the secret room where Suyu was training. He deliberately released his aura, forcing Suyu to wake up from his training. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and said coldly, "What do you want from me?" The Feather Emperor was calm and composed. He stood outside the secret room with his hands behind his back. He said, "Yes, I came to inform you that I have taken a fancy to your sect master's wife, that human lady. I will take her away." And then, Suyu's eyes were filled with deep coldness. And then, haha. I hope you know something and don't do anything irrational. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson during the common people's chess. The Feather Emperor did not take the Baiyu sect master seriously. At this moment, the Feather Emperor had openly snatched his woman and even warned him not to be impulsive. With the King of Darkness's edict, the Baiyu sect master could only swallow his anger. After all, he had made a mess of the entire Baiyu sect, and the Baiyu sect master did not even dare to fart. Now that he had snatched his woman, what could he do? "Oh, is there anything else?" Suyu said calmly. There was no emotion in his tone at all. The Feather Emperor mocked him with contempt. "I am curious. Aren't you angry at all?" Creak. The stone door opened, and Suyu's figure walked out. He stared at the Feather Emperor. "Why should I be angry at someone who is about to die?" The Feather Emperor's mocking expression became even more intense. "Oh, you. I have the edict of the King of Darkness in my hand. You can call all the leaders of the forces in the world. I believe no one will dare to do anything to me." Suyu calmly took out a communication jade pendant and crushed it. He stared at the Feather Emperor as if he was looking at a dead man. "Is that so? Then, what if I call the King of Darkness himself?" Hearing this, the Feather Emperor's mocking expression turned into undisguised laughter. "You can call the King of Darkness? Baiyu sect master, I find that you are not only useless, but also very stupid." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a strong wave of energy descended with a loud rumble. The Feather Emperor was caught off guard. He felt a heavy pressure on his chest, and a fishy taste gushed out from his throat. The sneer on his face immediately turned into deep shock. Chapter 1931. To be exact, it was Fu Bingyu. Before he even arrived, a gust of chilly air swept over, turning the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. "Have you found him?" Fu Bingyu used some kind of divine technique to teleport from the holy mountain to this place. He asked immediately after appearing. Suyu nodded. "Yes, I have found his trail. This is the image sent back by my men." He crushed a piece of jade, and the image of the King of Darkness sneaking through the crowd was immediately projected in the air. Fu Bingyu revealed a hint of murderous intent and a sinister smile. "He has finally been found. However, we have not found the man and the beast." Fu Bingyu stared at the image and waved his hand. "They are still searching for him. Where is the man in the image?" "This was discovered by accident in Kangming City 5 days ago. Then, I sent the Holy Maiden to follow him. She sent back a message saying that the man was hiding in White Dragon City. She is secretly following him. When we meet the Holy Maiden, we will know exactly where he is." Fu Bingyu clapped his hands and laughed, praising him. "Well done. I have a good eye. When I first met you, I knew you were a man who would achieve great things. Let's go to White Dragon City first. When I take care of this man, I will definitely reward you generously." Suyu was terrified. "It is my honor to work for the King of Darkness. I dare not ask for a reward." "Hehe, you did something big for me, you deserve to be rewarded, you must be rewarded." King of Darkness was delighted, as if he was relieved of a huge burden. The current King of Darkness was not scary. What was scary was that he would hide and bide his time, waiting for the day when he would make a comeback. Fortunately, the master of the moon-worshipping sect was smart and capable, and he had found the King of Darkness. "Let's not waste any more time. Tell me the exact location of the Holy Maiden. I will use the universal escape technique to take you there." Suyu hesitated. "It's easy for me, but if it's this person," Fu Bingyu had long noticed the existence of the Emperor View, but he did not pay much attention to him. He only treated him as Suyu's friend. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, He frowned and looked at the Emperor of Yu. You are the Heavenly Palace Master, right? Why are you in the moon-worshipping sect? Didn't I order Yun Qianshuang to lead the northern forces to discuss the cooperation of the southern forces? Perhaps that was his intention, but Yun Qianshuang and the others had used the edict to destroy the foundations of the 5 southern forces. Feather Emperor had never imagined that he would meet King of Darkness face to face. His face turned pale as he stuttered, I am here under the orders of Mountain Lord Yun to temporarily take on the role of moon-worshipping cult master, to strengthen our understanding and cooperation. Fu Bingyu's eyes narrowed. His meaning should be very clear. When he said to govern, he meant to facilitate the cooperation between the North and the South, not to let them come over and rule the South. However, since it did not affect the overall situation, he could not be bothered to pursue the matter. Since you are here, you should help me out. You can be considered a helper. An icy light flickered around Fu Bingyu's body, which engulfed both Su Yu and the Feather Emperor. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above White Dragon City. Fu Bingyu looked around and was slightly surprised. When I passed by this place half a month ago, it was still prosperous and peaceful. Why has it become like this now? At the moment, White Dragon City was filled with smoke and corpses. Fighting and roars could be heard everywhere. Feather Emperor's expression froze, and he looked at Su Yu with a pleading look, hoping that he would not say anything. Su Yu ignored him and said, in order to accumulate wealth, the acting cult master brutally suppressed the people of White Dragon City. They rebelled, and it eventually escalated into a war. Not only this place, but half of the moon-worshipping cult has become a battlefield. Fu Bingyu's eyes flashed, and he looked at Feather Emperor without saying anything. In his eyes, even if all the people of the moon-worshipping cult died, his eyes would not explode. Where is the Saint Lady you mentioned? Fu Bingyu asked. Feather Emperor, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, was once again filled with fear. The Saint Lady had been killed by him not long ago. Su Yu frowned. That's strange. I contacted her before we left. She said that she was waiting near the city gate for the King of Darkness to arrive. Why is she nowhere to be seen? At that moment, Fu Bingyu seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and stared at a long stretch of ruins. It was obvious that it had been left behind by something that had collided with it. Following the traces, there were remnants of corpses that had not yet dried up. Fu Bingyu took a drop of blood from the air and held it in front of Su Yu. Are you familiar with the scent of this blood? Su Yu sensed it, and his face changed dramatically. Saint Lady. She was. At that moment, Feather Emperor's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was cold. He had killed someone important to the King of Darkness. Could it be that the person found out that the Saint Lady was following him and killed her? Su Yu guessed. Fu Bingyu did not speak, but stared at the remains of the Saint Lady thoughtfully. After a moment, he sighed. Maybe. His eyes were shining with a deep, cold light. He did not find any traces of the King of Darkness at the scene, which was enough to prove that someone had secretly helped the King of Darkness to get rid of the Saint Lady. But who was it? Feather Emperor was horrified, and he did not dare to breathe. How could he dare to admit that he had killed the Saint Lady? Moreover, Su Yu and the King of Darkness seemed to have other suspects, which made Feather Emperor feel a little relieved. So, the trail of the Saint Lady is broken? Fu Bingyu was deeply annoyed. Pass down my order. Activate the power of this place, and find that person even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Since the person was hiding in White Dragon City, there was no hurry. Su Yu nodded. Sure, please follow me to the branch here. Under his guidance, the 3 of them arrived at the branch. However, the branch was empty at the moment. After Feather Emperor left, the branch leader felt that the moon-worshipping cult had lost its power. He did not want to stay silent with the moon-worshipping cult's giant ship, so he fled in advance. Once he left, how could the other deputy leaders dare to stay? Therefore, the branch was empty, and it was difficult to mobilize the local moon-worshipping cult followers. Fu Bingyu stared at Feather Emperor with dissatisfaction. He could not accomplish anything, but he was good at spoiling things. Feather Emperor was secretly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have deliberately started a war in White Dragon City. Fortunately, the King of Darkness was not very angry, which made him feel slightly relieved. King of Darkness, I have a way to recreate the scene of the Saint Lady's death. In this way, we might be able to find out who is helping that person. If we find him, it will not be difficult to find the person who is helping us. Fu Bingyu's eyes lit up. Oh, you can recreate the scene of the dead? Yes, Su Yu said. There is always a way out. Fu Bingyu's eyes were filled with joy, and he admired the moon-worshipping cult leader even more. With your talent, it is a waste of your talent to be the moon-worshipping cult leader. After this is over, I will give you a big gift. Thank you, King of Darkness. Su Yu cupped his fists and took a drop of blood from the Saint Lady. Immediately, he performed some kind of divine technique. A faint trace of the flow of time was displayed in his divine technique. Fu Bingyu's eyes were filled with surprise. A divine technique that contains the flow of time is really rare. I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity to cultivate such a divine technique. Under the effect of his divine technique, a backward image was projected high up in the sky, extremely clear. The Saint Lady was at the city gate, quietly recording an image. The image she recorded was of the former King of Darkness, who was in disguise looking for something. He had no idea that the Saint Lady was secretly tracking him and recording his movements. However, right at this moment, a person suddenly appeared. Furthermore, without saying anything, he directly attacked and easily killed the Holy Lady. Not only that, but this person also destroyed the image that the Saint Lady had recorded. Seeing this, Fu Bingyu laughed. His laughter was gloomy, angry, and full of cold murderous intent. He stared at the Feather Emperor, whose face was as pale as a piece of paper, and laughed self-mockingly. Even my eyes can make mistakes sometimes. It turns out that you are his secret helper. No wonder you tried so hard to break up the division here. In fact, you were trying to stop me from investigating him, right? Creating wars and civil strife was also to make it easier for him to hide in the chaos, right? The image that the Saint Lady recorded was to destroy the corpse and continue to hide the whereabouts of that person, right? 3 consecutive questions, and the Feather Emperor was speechless. King of Darkness, please listen to my explanation. The truth is not what you think. It is the moon-worshipping cult leader who is trying to harm me. Yes, it is him. The Feather Emperor suddenly remembered that Su Yu had said he was a person who was about to die. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant. He had been tricked. The Saint Lady had deliberately let him find out and led him to attack. She had even deliberately treated the image as something very important, so that the suspicious Feather Emperor would destroy it. Then, the King of Darkness suspected that he was that person's accomplice, and that he was secretly helping that person. At this moment, the Feather Emperor instantly understood the cause and effect. The moon-worshipping cult leader, who seemed useless, was actually a cunning and extremely terrifying man. As early as half a month ago, he had begun to plot and prepare to get rid of him. The precision of his plot made the Feather Emperor shudder with fear. Didn't that mean that as early as half a month ago, the moon-worshipping cult leader had predicted that he would turn the White Dragon City and even the entire moon-worshipping cult into a state of war? Thinking of this, the Feather Emperor's whole body went cold. Fu Bingyu sneered. Do you mean that the moon-worshipping cult leader forced you to do this? The Feather Emperor's face stiffened. He had taken the initiative to do this, but Su Yu had predicted it all in advance. King of Darkness, please listen to me. Just now, he told me. Fu Bingyu did not have the slightest bit of patience. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, he pointed a finger at the Feather Emperor's forehead. The majestic power instantly surged into the Feather Emperor's body, freezing his whole body into an Iceman. It was an Iceman from the inside out. His vitality was extinguished in an instant, without a trace left. Only his soul was struggling, trying to break out of his frozen body. Fu Bingyu said coldly, "Tell me, where is that person hiding?" The Feather Emperor had no idea who that person was or what his identity was. Naturally, he could not answer. You don't want to tell me? All right, I will let you experience the coldness of your soul. Fu Bingyu began to torture him on the spot. The methods of the four-crowned emperor must be brilliant. As expected, the feather emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream. He shouted in grief and indignation, "I really don't know. Humph. Stubborn fool." Fu Bingyu used several cruel methods to torture him inhumanely. Su Yu saw this, but he did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Chapter 1932. The poor Yu emperor didn't even know who Fu Bingyu was referring to. How could he confess? Even when his soul was on the verge of collapse, he couldn't give Fu Bingyu the answer he wanted. "Forget it, search his soul," Fu Bingyu said coldly. Searching his soul was straightforward, but when one reached the level of the Triple Crown Emperor, his soul was strong enough to seal his memory. Once an external force tried to probe his memory, the sealed memory would be destroyed. This was why he had suppressed the King of Darkness for so many years, but had never used the soul-searching technique. This was the reason. The soul-searching technique was useless against a king like the King of Darkness. Now that he tried to search the Yu Emperor's soul, he didn't find any related memories. Fu Bingyu's face darkened. Damn it. Fu Bingyu lost his patience and was about to crush his soul when Su Yu suddenly said, "King of Darkness, please wait. It's a pity to kill him like this. Why don't we use this to appease the anger of the moon-worshipping disciples? As long as the moon-worshipping cult resumes its normal operations, I believe that we will be able to search for that person's whereabouts again." Fu Bingyu thought it was reasonable. He didn't care about the soul of a mere Yu emperor. After pausing for a moment, Fu Bingyu pointed his finger at the sky, and a majestic message spread rapidly throughout the moon-worshipping sect. The majestic voice of the King of Darkness appeared in the minds of every living creature. "The Heavenly Palace Master, the Yu Emperor, used my name to harm the people of the moon-worshipping sect. This is an unforgivable crime. I have captured his soul and handed it over to the moon-worshipping sect master. The rebels should be dismissed immediately, and the victims should return to the moon-worshipping sect to deal with the disaster." The King of Darkness was like a guardian god, hidden from the world all year round. Even if the top 10 forces fought to the death, he probably wouldn't show up. This time, he issued an unusual edict, which was very shocking. The rebels who were fighting stopped and knelt down excitedly. The management of the moon-worshipping sect who were forced to leave were overjoyed and rushed back to the moon-worshipping sect. When the suffering moon-worshipping disciples learned that the Yu Emperor's soul had been dealt with by the moon-worshipping sect master, they all rushed to the holy altar. "Don't let me down." Fu Bingyu gave the soul to Su Yu, full of expectation. Su Yu said, "I will not let you down." With that, Fu Bingyu returned to the sacred mountain. For some reason, he couldn't leave the sacred mountain for too long. He came and went in a hurry. Su Yu held the sealed soul of the Feather Emperor. He was first tortured, then his soul was searched. He was on the verge of destruction, and only a shred of his consciousness remained. His eyes were filled with resentment as he growled, "Cult Master Bai Yu, you set me up." Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "You're exaggerating. You only have yourself to blame, so what does it have to do with me? If he hadn't repeatedly committed heinous crimes, would he have ended up like this?" Then, a crack appeared on his forehead and swallowed him whole. A complete Triple Crown Emperor's soul couldn't be wasted like this. When he returned to the holy altar, it was already several days later. The 6 protectors who had been forced to leave had all returned, and the missionary elders who had been chased away had also returned one after another. The destroyed branch was also rebuilt at the fastest speed possible. The believers who had lost their faith returned to the moon-worshipping religion. The entire territory quickly stabilized. The only one who did not return was the Saintess. To be precise, she could no longer show her face in public. Half a month later, when the moon-worshipping religion was completely restored, a woman in a white robe quietly walked into the holy altar and appeared silently in the secret room of the cult master. "You came back a little late," Su Yu said calmly, as if he had been prepared. The woman in white was naturally the Saintess. "Who are you?" The Saintess stared at the cult master, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Su Yu said, "I don't understand your question, Saintess. You don't have to pretend anymore, unless you think I'm a fool." The Saintess stared at the cult master without blinking. She couldn't believe that the cult master could actually invite the guardian of the Dark Star civilization. The strangest thing was that she followed the cult master's instructions and deliberately showed herself in front of the Dark King. As a result, the Dark King was enraged and killed the Feather Emperor himself. Such meticulous scheming ability made her think of Su Yu. The Bai Yu sect leader she knew was definitely not this wise. Therefore, she deeply doubted the identity of the cult master. Su Yu laughed. "Saintess, you worry too much. Who else can I be other than the cult master?" "You are not." The Saintess was very sure. She took out a storage device from her waist and poured out a lot of ordinary resources. "Otherwise, please explain, what is going on? Can these ordinary resources prove anything?" "Of course they can." The holy maiden's eyes shone. "Because I just learned that the families of those who were killed by the Dustless Moon sect all received incomparably generous compensation. According to my calculations, the total amount of compensation is more than the entire wealth of the moon-worshipping cult combined. I will not ask you how you got such a huge amount of resources. I just want to ask you, with your selfish and narrow-minded character, why would you share them with the families of the victims?" The Saintess stayed in the White Dragon City for a while, and then she learned a shocking inside story that she didn't know. It turned out that after the White Dragon Mountains were invaded, the cult master secretly went to the White Dragon City, met with the White Dragon Elder, and gave her a huge amount of resources to distribute to the families of the victims. The real cult master could not have such a conscience. She was surprised, so she did not return to the holy altar immediately, but secretly inquired about the news. As a result, she didn't know if she didn't inquire about it, and after she did, she was shocked. From the Dustless Moon Clan, there was a shocking piece of news. The Dustless Moon Clan was almost destroyed by Hua Hun. Coincidentally, the news of the Emperor of Feathers being executed by the Dark King for causing chaos in the cult master spread. To save his life, Master Bao Kuan's disciple, the Black Lotus Demon Lord, revealed a shocking inside story. With the Dustless Moon Clan as the center, the southern half of the territory had already been ceded to the cult master. With this news, Hua Hun was frightened. As expected, he did not dare to act rashly again, afraid that he would provoke the cult master and end up like the Emperor of Feathers. After asking about it, she found out that the cult master had barged into the Dustless Moon Clan alone to seek justice for the vengeful souls of White Dragon City, forcefully demanding half of the territory as compensation. However, the cult master had requested that this matter not be leaked for now, which was why it was kept secret until now. The news spread across the entire Dark Star civilization at an astonishing speed. When the Saintess learned about this, her mind went blank. She had once hated the cult master's incompetence and cowardice. As it turned out, everything was the opposite of what she had imagined. In the past, the cult master had clearly told her that although he had gone to the Dustless Moon Clan, he did not dare barge into the Dustless Moon Clan, much less demand an explanation. But this was the truth. She had completely misunderstood the cult master. In other words, the cult master had completely changed into a different person. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "I was in a good mood, so I wanted to appease them. Can't I?" He was still using the same annoying tone, but the Saintess could no longer get angry. Instead, she asked very calmly, "Then, why are you not the slightest bit curious about why I came back alive to find you when I was clearly dead? To be precise, in the Fengyun ancient tomb, you were not the least bit surprised when I came back from the dead. I am very curious. Did you already know that I could come back from the dead? For it to happen twice in a row could only mean one thing. In the Fengyun ancient tomb, the cult master had seen her ability to come back from the dead. And the first time she demonstrated it was in the secret realm. There was only one person who witnessed it with his own eyes, the mysterious youth with the surname Su. Combined with the fact that Master Bao Kuan had ceded half of the territory, the answer was obvious. The cult master was that mysterious youth with the surname Su. He had disguised himself as the cult master and used the White Emperor's puppet to control Master Bao Kuan and the Green Hell Mansion Master at the same time, controlling the three great forces. When she came to this conclusion, the Saintess was shocked and mocked herself. She mocked herself because she had repeatedly compared the cult master with the youth with the surname Su, and was extremely disappointed in the cult master. But in the end, they were actually the same person. At this point, Su Yu had no need to hide anymore. His eyes flickered slightly. Oh, then what do you plan to do? As a punishment for impersonating the cult master, do you want to kill me personally? Having received a clear response, the saintess's eyes shone brightly. She said joyfully, "Of course not. It doesn't matter who becomes the cult master, it would be better if you became the cult master." Oh! Su Yu touched his nose in surprise. Wasn't the saintess's behavior a little too strange? Who wouldn't be angry after learning that their own cult master had been killed? The saintess was just short of carving the words "welcome to be the new cult master" on her face. Feeling Su Yu's gaze, the saintess realized that her performance was too obvious, and quickly changed her words. "Oh, I mean, it is a pity that the original cult master died, but the cult master cannot be without a leader for a day. It is most suitable for a responsible person like you." Su Yu blinked. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pity from the saintess's words. "Are you not going to expose me?" Su Yu asked. In fact, he was ready to turn hostile and subdue the saintess, or spend some effort to kill her. "Of course not." The saintess's answer surprised Su Yu. "As I said, the cult master needs you. Not only will I not expose you, but I will also cooperate with your actions." This. Su Yu didn't understand why the saintess had such a good impression of him. If he remembered correctly, she had always hated him as the cult master, right? However, the result was good, and it saved him a lot of trouble. "Can you tell me your real identity? I am very curious." The saintess was very curious. Su Yu asked, "Then, can you tell me your real identity? You are not a creature of the Dark Moon clan, are you?" The saintess pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if I show you my real face, but only after I get the Emperor Killing Sword." Su Yu thought for a moment. "Similarly, I also need to get the Emperor Killing Sword before I make a decision." The two of them looked at each other and smiled tacitly. It was as if they had returned to the secret realm and fought against the Emperor Killing Sword together. Chapter 1933. Su Yu was deep in thought. How could he not know that the moon-worshipping cult was strange? When he first found out about the Saint Lady, he knew that the moon-worshipping cult wasn't as simple as it seemed. Now, it seemed like there was a problem. "Why?" he tried to ask. The saintess revealed an awkward expression and said, "This is related to some secrets, so I can't tell you for now. It won't be too late to tell you after I obtain the slaughter sword." "Is that so?" Su Yu nodded slightly. Time passed slowly, and it was nearing the opening of the Common People's Chess 49 days later. These days, the Saint Lady was different from her usual self. She no longer went into seclusion, but often looked for Su Yu to discuss matters regarding the Common People's Chess. From their chats, he learned a lot about the Common People's Chess. Some of them were so quick that Su Yu was quite surprised. According to her, the opening of the Common People's Chess required 2 layers of conditions. One was the soul of a 4-crown emperor or above. The other was the divine technique of a 4-crown emperor or above. Only then could the Common People's Chess be opened. The former required the Taishu master to use his massive soul energy to open the Common People's Chess. The latter required Fu Bingyu's attack to be absorbed by the Common People's Chess by chance. The 2 conditions allowed the Common People's Chess to see the light of day again. After learning about this, Su Yu sighed. However, there was something else that surprised Su Yu the most. It was the owner of the Common People's Chess. Whoever owned the Common People's Chess would be the chess master after it was opened. The so-called chess master was a transcendent existence within the Common People's Chess. Not only was he a participant, but he also had the ability of a judge. He could change some of the rules of the Common People's Chess and change the layout within. He was like a god. The chess master who participated in the Common People's Chess had a chance of winning that was several times higher than others. This was to encourage the person who held the Common People's Chess to think of a way to open it. But correspondingly, being the chess master came with a high risk. Once the chess master was seen through and killed, the Common People's Chess would end early. The winner would belong to the person who killed the chess master. After learning about this, Su Yu was shocked. After asking, He found out that the chess master was no different from ordinary people. There was only one way to recognize the chess master, and that was to obtain a tool from the common people's chess. This item could only be used once, and it could only be used on a specific person to confirm whether they were the Go master or not. In the entire common people's chess, there were only two. In other words, Su Yu could be exposed twice. His heart sank when he heard the news. If his identity as the chess master was exposed in the common people's chess and he faced the pursuit of two four-crown emperors, then it would be really dangerous. Now that the common people's chess was in his hands, it could be said to be a huge danger. When the life chess was activated, it would produce another astonishing pillar of light. At that time, all the lives of the Darkstar civilization would be able to see where the life chess would appear. If he appeared in the territory of the moon-worshipping cult, as the moon-worshipping cult leader, his suspicion would increase by 100-fold. As he thought of this, he immediately left the territory of the moon-worshipping cult. He didn't hesitate to use the advanced Tai Chi Yin-Yang wings to hurry on his way. Half a month later, he arrived at the Wind Cloud Villa and crossed it in one step, arriving in the territory of Xingqing sect, one of the 5 major forces in the north. He rested on the spot for a day and adjusted himself to his peak condition. After a total of 49 days, he arrived. Just as expected, the common people's chess flew out of Su Yu's 9-jade spiritual pearl on its own. Just like when it was on the holy mountain, it shot out a pillar of light that reached into the sky. All the lives of the Darkstar civilization could sense its specific location. In the south, Sima Biyun and the Saint Lady were shocked. On the holy mountain, Fu Bingyu stood at the peak of the snowy peak, looking up at the galaxy. Suddenly, his gaze shot towards the north like lightning. Xingqing sect's location? If I'm not mistaken, the chess master should be on guard. Fu Bingyu sighed. The master of the Xingqing sect had died in battle 5 years ago. The person holding the common people's chess must be someone else, using the Xingqing sect to hide the identity of the chess master. Right now, anyone could be the chess master. In the Wind Cloud Villa, Yun Qinshuang's eyes flashed as she smiled sweetly. Oh, you're quite smart, hiding in the Xingqing sect to hide your identity. Hua Hun and Leng Yun, the 2 leaders of the top 10 forces, discovered the location of the common people's chess. Then, the pillar of light split into 49, descending on various parts of the Darkstar civilization. The pillar of light seemed to be able to differentiate between strong and weak, sweeping the 49 strongest people of the Darkstar civilization into the light screen. Among them were people from the top 10 forces, but more than half were strong men from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu was swept up by a scarlet pillar of light that was different from the other pillars of light and entered the chessboard. The rest of the people were swept into the chessboard one after another. After 49 pillars of light returned, the common people's chess turned into a shooting star and flew into the endless nothingness. The world spun around him. When Su Yu's feet touched the ground, he appeared in a place that was full of divine energy. Not far away, an empty ancient city appeared in front of his eyes. There was no one in the ancient city. Su Yu's eyes shone as he immediately leaped into the ancient city. According to the Saint Lady, the common people's chess was divided into 49 regions. Every region had a strange place, where there was a tool that could only be used within the common people's chess. It could be a powerful magical treasure or talisman, or it could be an elixir or secret treasure with heaven-defying effects. Their levels varied, with the lowest being the single Crown Emperor level. The highest was the 5 Crown Emperor level. It was said that the most powerful talisman was an offensive talisman, comparable to a full blow from the 5 Crown Emperor. If he had this talisman in his hand, he could defeat anyone present, even Fu Bingyu and the Sword Alliance Master. Therefore, places like the ancient city that could hide tools were not something Su Yu could miss. Not long after he entered, another person entered the ancient city. Su Yu sensed carefully and could not help but sigh at how small the world was. The intruder was none other than the great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. In the sacred pond Forbidden Grounds, he had barely escaped death with the help of the Sword Alliance Master. Who would have thought that he would also be teleported inside? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Su Yu was secretly amused. He discovered the other party, and the other party discovered Su Yu. However, Su Yu was covered in a long black robe, and the other party could not see his true appearance. He quickly scanned the ancient city for suspicious places while secretly guarding against Su Yu. Similarly, Su Yu did not intend to waste time fighting with the other party. He quickly searched the ancient city. The Saint Lady had said that the tools would appear in random places. Some were very obvious, right in the middle of the road, while others were hidden deep in the ground. Su Yu had always had an advantage when it came to searching for things. He released his heavenly eyes and looked down at the entire ancient city from high up in the sky. At the same time, he used his transparent eyes to scan the area and see through all obstacles. His speed of searching was several times faster than the great leaders. Suddenly, his heavenly eyes discovered a strange mansion. The doors of the other mansions were tightly shut. Only this mansion's doors were wide open, and it stood out from the rest. Sensing the abnormality, Su Yu quickly leaped into the mansion. Using his transparent eyes to scan, he found something unusual in the courtyard. It was a millstone, lying quietly on the ground. Its body was mottled with the vicissitudes of time. But using his transparent eyes, Su Yu saw that there was a sealed scroll within the millstone. Su Yu's face lit up, and he crushed it with his foot. A crimson scroll was revealed. Is that a treasure? Su Yu was secretly curious, and he was about to grab it. All of a sudden, a circular sharp blade attacked him from behind. Su Yu reacted immediately. His body moved 30 feet to the side, avoiding the sneak attack from behind. At the same time, he pulled out the Azura sword and slashed behind him. A gust of divine energy came through the air, about to take away the scroll. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's reaction was extremely fast, and he slashed the divine energy with his sword. The great leader was slightly surprised. What a strong reaction! An ordinary person's reaction would be to avoid a sneak attack. Not only did this person avoid it, but he also instinctively prevented his next move. This was an instinct honed by years of battle. Su Yu turned his head, not surprised in the slightest. When he had rushed here, the great leader must have noticed something was amiss. He would come to investigate and snatch it at this moment. Wait, your sword. The great leader stared at the Azura sword in Su Yu's hand. He was very familiar with this sword. A few months ago, when he had besieged the Rising Sun tribe at the Holy Mountain, he had almost been killed on the spot by that mysterious human youth. Facing this person, the great leader felt a deep sense of fear. It's you. The great leader's expression flickered with uncertainty. Su Yu pointed from afar. It's me. What a coincidence that we could meet again. Now, are we going to have a fight to the death? The great leader had a look of hesitation, staring greedily at the scroll on the ground. Finally, he looked at Su Yu with fear. Gritting his teeth, he grunted. We will meet again. He then turned to flee. Rather than being entangled with this terrifyingly strong human, he might as well head to other areas to search for tools. There were only 49 areas in total. Every area that was found by others meant that there was one less tool. Su Yu did not give chase. He picked up the scroll and unfurled it. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. This was a map that depicted the 49 areas of the common people's chess. What use do I have for this? Su Yu laughed bitterly. It was not easy for him to find a tool, but it was useless. From the looks of it, he did not need a map. Just as he was feeling disappointed, suddenly, 49 golden spots appeared on the map. They flickered weakly and disappeared. Hey! What is this? Su Yu waited in surprise for a moment. When the golden spots flickered again after a few breaths, he immediately memorized all the locations where they appeared. After pondering for a long time, Su Yu looked at his feet. It seems that the place where one of the golden spots flickered is a house in an ancient city. That is where I am now, right? In an instant, Su Yu's eyes were filled with delight. Could this be a map of the hiding spots of the tools? The precise range of the tools in this map was close to 10,000 feet. Other people needed to search the entire area for suspicious locations, but Su Yu came directly to the 10,000 feet range of the hiding spots of the tools. How high was the probability of finding them? Could this also be an additional reward for the chess master? Did he purposely bring me to the vicinity of the ancient city? Su Yu thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Chapter 1934. After confirming his location, Su Yu immediately set off for the nearest area. An hour later, Su Yu appeared in front of a sparkling lake. The map showed that the nearest tool was hidden at the bottom of the lake. Looking around, Su Yu was slightly disappointed to find that an old man in a silver robe was taking a shining pearl from a very conspicuous altar at the bottom of the lake. The pearl was only the size of a buckle, and its function was unknown. What was even more surprising was that Su Yu knew this person. It was Elder Li from the White Dragon Mountain Range branch of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It's him. After a moment's thought, Su Yu dived into the water and turned into an evil dragon. Elder Li had not yet recovered from the joy of obtaining the tool when he suddenly discovered a powerful evil dragon. His expression changed. A tool guardian beast. Could it be that this pearl is a powerful treasure? When Su Yu heard this, he was slightly surprised. Powerful tools have guardian beasts. With a sweep of his long tail, he sent Elder Li flying, snatched the pearl from his hand, and dived into the depths of the lake. After transforming into a human form, he carefully looked at the pearl and found that its function was simple invisibility, and it was only limited to the level of a single crown emperor. It could easily be seen by a double crown emperor or above. In terms of effectiveness, it was not as good as Su Yu's own divine path of concealment. It turns out to be of little value. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. As expected, tools without guardian beasts are of very low value. However, Su Yu did not throw it away. Instead, he carefully sealed it so as not to destroy the scent of the tool on it. Soon, he left this area and came to the third area. According to the map, the hiding place of the tools in this area was a very conspicuous mountain peak. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Yu looked up and vaguely found many powerful double crown emperor black apes jumping around the peak. There were no less than 10 of them. Oh! With so many black apes guarding it, the tools here can't be bad. Su Yu's eyes shone as he climbed the peak of the mountain. As soon as he reached the center of the mountain, the sound of fierce fighting reached his ears. Looking around, he found that 5 black apes and 3 double crown emperors were engaged in a chaotic battle. The 3 double crown emperors were not members of the Dark Moon clan. They were probably members of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Although the people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they had all kinds of lore chains, magic treasures, talismans, and so on. When the 3 of them joined forces, they beat up the 5 black apes who only had innate magical powers. The black apes were stubbornly supporting themselves with rage. However, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Su Yu chuckled inwardly and summoned the small Kailin. Then, it wrapped itself around the small Kailin and quietly went around the back of the mountain's peak. Because their auras were isolated by the power of nothingness, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and the Black Ape were still fighting to the death. They did not know that someone had beaten them to it. There was nothing else on the mountain peak, only a towering ancient tree with a canopy like the clouds. There was a white feather stuck in the trunk of the ancient tree. The little Cheline chuckled as it ran over and held it in its mouth. It couldn't stop laughing. The 3 fools down there fought to the death with the black ape, and in the end, it all benefited us. It obediently handed the feather to Su Yu. Su Yu held the white feather and felt it carefully. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qianquan feather? This feather did not have any magical powers. In theory, it was not worth the black ape's protection. However, it had an extremely wonderful function. After it was activated, it could forcibly replace a tool in someone else's hands with something that he did not want. The effect was domineering. Good stuff. Su Yu immediately realized the great value of the Qianquan feather. After putting away the Qianquan feather, Su Yu quietly walked down the mountain peak with the little Cheline. The 3 people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were still fighting to the death with the black ape. The black ape was at an absolute disadvantage and was constantly being beaten. Come on. Seize the tool in this area and then go to my area. The guardian beast there is even more powerful. I believe the tool must be very powerful. Hearing this, Su Yu stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned, and he simply pulled out the Azura sword and rushed out. With a single move, he killed a black ape in an instant. The fierce look in the eyes of the other 4 black apes was replaced by horror. They turned into birds and beasts and fled in all directions. The 3 strong men of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were horrified. Although Su Yu had launched a sneak attack, his extremely dangerous swordsmanship still made them deeply afraid. After killing a black ape, Su Yu did not stop and went straight to the peak of the mountain. Not good. This person also wants to snatch the tool, we cannot let him succeed. The 3 of them chased after him. Soon, they caught up with Su Yu, and the 4 of them stepped onto the peak of the mountain. Looking at the ancient tree in front of them, the 4 of them hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of the tool. Someone got there before us. Among the 3, a burly man with a rough face said with hatred. It seems like our efforts were in vain. Someone reached the peak of the mountain before us and took away the tool. D***it. Su Yu was also very annoyed. He snorted. Wasting my time. After saying this, he turned and prepared to leave. Sir, please wait. The burly man suddenly said. Su Yu stopped in his tracks. His eyes under the black robe were filled with vigilance. Is there something you need from me? The burly man's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness as he praised, your swordsmanship is outstanding, it really is an eye-opener. You flatter me. Su Yu's tone softened slightly. The burly man struck while the iron was hot. We are from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce within the borders of the Xingqiang faction. May I ask if you are a citizen of the Dark Star civilization or a citizen of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Su Yu took off his hat, revealing his human face. He lightly shook his head. I am neither. I am a human living in seclusion. Seeing his race, the burly man's face became even more enthusiastic. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect that apart from the 10 great influences and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, there would still be strong people living in seclusion. You guys aren't bad either. Su Yu showed a hint of happiness. The burly man cupped his fists. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Yuan, and these 2 are my colleagues, Mingjing and Wenhua. Mingjing was an effeminate young man. He looked at people coldly, and the way he looked at Su Yu was faintly filled with a sense of superiority due to the difference in race. Wenhua, on the other hand, was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman with exquisite facial features. She was dressed in a palace dress, and her graceful figure was particularly clear. Su Yu. He gave a simple self-introduction. Zhang Yuan's smile became even wider. So it is brother Su Yu. It is fate that we met. It is rare for us to meet. Why don't you join us and search for the tools in the next zone? The 3 of them stared at Su Yu, closely observing the changes in his expression. Su Yu frowned hesitantly. I am used to being alone. I am sorry, but I cannot join you. Zhang Yuan was relieved. If Su Yu had agreed to join them, he would have to worry about whether Su Yu had a strong backing. Chapter 1935. Zhang Yuan said heartily, Brother Su Yu, I know what you are worried about, but don't worry, our goal is the tool. We have no intention of killing each other. Working together is fine, but how are we going to split the tool? Su Yu looked very tempted. Zhang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Brother Su Yu, you don't have to worry about this. We have discovered 4 regions where powerful demonic beasts gather. This is only the first region. There are still 3 regions worth taking the risk. If the 4 of us work together, I believe we can take down 1 region in a short time and obtain a tool. 3 tools, enough for 3 people to split. Su Yu was shocked. But there are 4 of us. I don't need tools, the girl named Wenhua said faintly. Su Yu was surprised. She came to the common people's chess but didn't need tools. Was that believable? It's true. Zhang Yuan's expression was solemn as he sighed helplessly. Not everyone participates in the common people's chess willingly. Brother Su Yu should be able to understand this, right? The common people's chess had forcefully transported the 49 strongest fighters of the Dark Star civilization. It was normal for people to be forced to do so. Friend Wenhua's husband is gravely ill, and she needs to find special spiritual herbs to treat him. She was about to get it, but she was transported into the common people's chess. So she wants to leave the common people's chess as soon as possible. There is only one way to leave the common people's chess, and that is to find a tool called the Water of Forgetfulness. After drinking it, one can leave the common people's chess safely. Suyu had heard of the name of this item. There were 2 drops in the common people's chess, and one could leave safely after consuming it. To those who were weaker or had urgent matters to attend to and needed to leave, the Water of Forgetfulness was a life-saving treasure. How about it? Brother Suyu, do you have any concerns? Zheng Yuan asked. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. It's a pleasure working with you. They wanted to borrow Suyu's strength, but did Suyu not want to borrow their information? The 4 of them came to an agreement and hurried to the next region. A region filled with ancient tombs. Look, there is an ancient emperor's tomb in the center of the ancient tombs. It is likely to be the location of the hidden tools, Zheng Yuan analyzed. Judging from the current situation, the props usually appeared in more conspicuous places. In the end, there were still very few items that were well hidden. However, according to our investigations, the road to the emperor's tomb is not peaceful. There are at least 8 bronze corpses. In the past, our abilities were slightly weaker, so we did not dare to have any ideas. But now that Brother Suyu has joined us, we can consider it. Suyu nodded. All right, but as a sign of your sincerity in cooperating with me, if we manage to get through this, all the tools here will belong to me. Zheng Yuan frowned slightly and fell silent. Wen Hua had no opinion on who got it, so she kept her mouth shut. Only Mingjing's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Why? What if you run away after obtaining an item? Suyu sighed and said, then how can I trust you? Since the 3 of you know each other, it should be easy for you to join hands to trick me, right? Mingjing pursed her lips and was about to retort when Zheng Yuan said, all right, I'll leave the first item to Brother Suyu. Time is of the essence, so rather than wasting it in a dispute, why don't we seize the opportunity to snatch a few more tools? At least half of the tools should have already been taken by others. Hearing this, Mingjing's eyes flashed with defiance, but because of Zheng Yuan, she reluctantly nodded. The 3 of us will be responsible for attracting the bronze corpses, while Brother Suyu will head to the ancient tomb alone to look for the tools. Zheng Yuan quickly came up with a simple plan. Suyu nodded. All right. The 3 of them cooperated very well, immediately appearing and luring out the bronze corpses hidden underground. There were 8 of them in total, and their abilities were all at the level of the Double Crown Divine Warriors. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, resisting 5 was their limit. There was no way they could contend with 8, so they could only fight and retreat, luring the bronze corpses away. Suyu took the opportunity to arrive at the imperial tomb in the center. The founding emperor of the Great Xia Empire, Xia Wuji. Suyu took a quick glance, then used his transparent eye to scan the surroundings. Sure enough, he found that in the tomb, a corpse's right hand was clenching a scepter, emitting the scent of a tool. Suyu took a deep breath and sucked the item into his palm. Just as he was about to investigate the grade of the tool, 2 emerald flames suddenly burned in the eyes of the emperor's corpse. With a furious roar, the emperor's corpse climbed to its feet, exploding with the terrifying aura of a 3-crown emperor. Suyu was shocked, immediately using the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to escape the tomb, saying, let's go. Zheng Yuan and the others were also shocked by the aura of the 3-crown emperor, and they fled in a hurry. After running for their lives, far away from the tomb area, they finally stopped, panting. Zheng Yuan said, to think that it was a high-level area where a 3-crown emperor was hidden. Brother Suyu was lucky to be able to escape. Suyu revealed some lingering fear. Fortunately, he had the transparent eye and the law of space, so he did not need to excavate the tomb to obtain the scepter. Otherwise, the emperor's corpse would have appeared unhindered and would have attacked. Brother Suyu's luck is not bad, Zheng Yuan said enviously. This scepter must be of a very high grade, right? A hint of greed flashed past Mingjing's eyes. Suyu grasped the tool, carefully sensing it, and was shocked. The emperor's scepter can command any of the 49 strong martial artists, any 3-crown emperor, to do something for no more than 2 hours. This scepter's domineering power was even greater than the Qianquan feather. It was truly shocking. "Oh, it is an offensive tool with the power of a three-crown emperor," Su Yu said. Zhang Yuan and Mingjing's pupils shrank, not doubting Su Yu's words in the slightest. After all, it came from the guardian beast of a three-crown emperor, so it was reasonable that it had the power of a three-crown emperor. "Brother Su Yu is really lucky," Zhang Yuan said with a laugh. "You make me envious." Su Yu put it away, saying, "I will honor my promise. The two of you will seize the tools in the next two areas, and I will assist from the side." The four of them hurried to the next area with the powerful guardian beasts. It was a rather strange area, with 9 blazing suns hanging high in the sky, scorching the ground. But they were not blazing suns, but 9 guardian beasts emitting a dangerous aura. Anyone who took half a step into the area would be discovered immediately, with no blind spots. Any one of those 9 eyes can emit power that surpasses that of a 2-crown emperor, infinitely close to that of a 3-crown emperor. Once they open their eyes, we will most likely all die, Zhang Yuan said solemnly. Fortunately, as long as we don't cause too much of a commotion, those 9 eyes will not open. Mingjing said, "Then, where could the tools be hidden?" He was the one to seize the tools in this round, so he was especially concerned. The four of them swept their gazes over and saw that in the center of the land surrounded by the 9 blazing suns, there was a very special angle. This angle happened to be where the 9 eyes could see from different directions. Upon closer inspection, they found that there was indeed a complete formation on the ground. Could the tools be hidden in the formation? Mingjing said thoughtfully, "From the current exploration, it seems that once the formation is activated, we can discover the tools." Zhang Yuan and Wen Hua were deeply convinced. That was very likely. Only Su Yu had reservations, because the map showed that the tools were not in the formation, but in the sky. He kindly reminded, "There are many ways for the tools to appear, so it's best not to be too arbitrary." Mingjing glanced at him and turned a blind eye, very confident in her judgment. "I'll try it alone." He left a puppet in place, then carefully walked towards the formation. Along the way, the 9 eyes did not move, which made him heave a sigh of relief. As he approached the formation, he searched carefully but did not find the tools. Finally, his eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the groove left by the formation. He took out 2 crystals and embedded them in it. He wondered if the tools would only appear when the formation was activated. However, as soon as his right foot stepped into the formation, the 9 eyes in the sky opened all at once, spewing out a powerful fireball. Mingjing was shocked, and she crushed the jade pendant on her neck. Suddenly, he disappeared into thin air, and a puppet appeared in his place. In an instant, the puppet was burned to ashes. Mingjing appeared in the original spot where the puppet was. He had a lingering fear. How dangerous. If he hadn't had a backup plan, he would have been dead by now. Damn it. Mingjing stared at Su Yu resentfully. "It's impossible to obtain this tool without the strength of a triple-crown emperor. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on asking for the previous tool." Zhang Yuan's face was solemn. The 9 eyes were indeed too dangerous. Now it seemed that the slightest touch on the formation would activate them. Moreover, so far, he had no idea where the tools were hidden. "Mingjing, you can't say that. Since you made the decision, how can you blame others now?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. The main reason why Mingjing was willing to agree was that she knew that the next few tools would be even more amazing, so she gave the tools from the ancient tomb to Su Yu. However, unexpectedly, the tools in front of them were too dangerous and impossible to obtain. Unless they spent a lot of time. But what they lacked the most now was time. Mingjing snorted angrily. "I didn't say anything wrong. I shouldn't have invited him to join us in the first place, and now I have no tools to get." Being complained about again and again, Su Yu couldn't help but frown. He said lightly, "You don't have the ability, so why are you blaming others?" Mingjing, who was already angry, was even angrier when she heard this. How arrogant. Don't think that you can do anything just because you are a little stronger. If you have the ability, go ahead. Su Yu stared at the formation and was silent for a while. "If I get the tool, who does it belong to? If you really have the ability, then it belongs to you." Mingjing sneered, her eyes full of contempt. All right. Su Yu did not say a word. He waited for the 9 eyes to close again before rushing to the front of the formation in one breath. The moment he stepped on the formation, as expected, endless flames spewed out. Su Yu was not afraid, and a layer of real dragon divine fire surged and burned on the surface of his body. Although the flames of the 9 eyes were amazing, they might not be able to do anything to Su Yu in a short time. With a tap of his finger, he embedded 2 crystals into the formation. Rumble. The formation rotated, and the 9 eyes in the sky changed. They combined into one, turning into a giant eyeball 9 times the size of the previous one. Moreover, it spewed out a fierce flame that was 9 times the size of the previous one. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the formation and saw that it was releasing a milky white light shield. Chapter 1936. Rumble. The terrifying flames struck, and even the 3-crown divine warrior would have been severely burned. However, the milky white light barrier kept the flames at bay. The entire area was burned by the endless flames, and only the formation was unscathed. Moreover, the formation could only accommodate 1 person. If several people entered this area, only one would survive. When the flames were exhausted, the huge eyeball immediately shrank, turning into a golden eye the size of a fist. Zheng Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The golden eyes of delusions. The golden eyes of delusions that could see through a chess master's identity. Su Yu was also shocked by what he saw. Mingjing's eyes flashed with greed. Ignoring her previous promise, she grabbed the falling golden eyes of delusions. Zheng Yuan saw this and frowned, but did not say anything. He was the only one left without a tool. If Mingjing was forced, he would definitely choose to leave the team. Su Yu flew over and stared at Mingjing without saying a word. Mingjing did not feel guilty at all. According to the original rules, this tool should belong to me. I helped you when you seized the scepter, and now you've helped me get this tool, so we're even. He did not mention a word about his previous promise. Moreover, in the ancient tomb, could his help be compared to the danger of Su Yu seizing the tool alone? Just from the horror of the 9 eyes fusing into one, no one present could have survived, right? A trace of coldness filled his heart. If it had been any other tool, it would have been fine if the other party went back on his word. But a tool like the golden eyes of delusions was a great threat to him, so naturally, it was safest to keep it in his own hands. However, now was not the time to act. It would not be too late to snatch it after the team had dispersed. Seeing that Su Yu had no objections, Zheng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's head to the last area immediately. I hope no one has beaten us to it. Not long after, they came to an even more bizarre area. The heavens and the earth collapsed, and the gods collapsed one by one. The whole world was in a state of floating chaos. A corpse emitting a terrifying aura lay coldly in the chaos. That aura even surpassed that of the 4-crown divine warrior. Could it be the legendary remains of the 5-crown divine warrior? The few present all gasped in shock. Could the tool here also be of the 5-crown divine warrior level? Su Yu's heart palpitated, and his gaze locked onto the skeleton. According to the map, within 1,000 jong of the tool, the remains of the 5-crown emperor were coincidentally within. The item was most likely on him. Mingjing also revealed a deep greed. A 5-crown emperor level tool. This could very well be a top-level tool that could influence the entire chess game. Zheng Yuan's eyes revealed deep joy. This is the area that fellow Daoist Wenhua discovered. If I can obtain this item, I swear that I'll definitely help fellow Daoist Wenhua obtain the carefree water. Wenhua revealed a look of gratitude as she waved her hand weakly. There's no need to thank me. This region's difficulty is godlike. Even if I discovered it, I wouldn't be able to obtain the items inside. It would be great if brother Zheng Yuan could obtain them. Zheng Yuan couldn't suppress his joy as he stared at the emperor's corpse. Everyone, don't act rashly. I'll test it. Everyone nodded lightly. In any case, the items in the 49 areas should have already been dug out by others, so there was no need to race against time. It was better to seize this item with all his might. Zheng Yuan took out a 2-crown emperor-level puppet and embedded a crystal in its chest, bringing it to life. Upon seeing this scene, Mingjing and Wenhua revealed a look of fear. Brother Zheng, it's truly admirable that you can even obtain the Taiji sect's yin-yang puppets, Wenhua said enviously. Yin-yang puppets were a secret creation of the Taiji sect, a 5-star civilization. Not only were their bodies strong and able to withstand nomological attacks, but they were also abnormally agile. They were of a higher quality than ordinary puppets. However, yin-yang puppets rarely left the Taiji sect, especially those at the Emperor realm and above. Who knew that Zheng Yuan would have one? Together with the puppet, no one present could match it in a one-on-one battle. Under Zheng Yuan's control, the yin-yang puppet nimbly leaped towards the Emperor's corpse. However, just as it took a few steps, the shattered sky suddenly collapsed. The yin-yang puppet extended its arms and used its body to resist. However, it only managed to resist for an instant before the sky was pulverized. Upon seeing this scene, Zheng Yuan's expression immediately stiffened. He didn't expect the yin-yang puppet to obtain the item on his behalf, but it was too weak. Or rather, the danger level of this place was too high. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Yuan took out another yin-yang puppet. There's another one. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Having learned from the previous experience, the yin-yang puppet was especially wary of the floating shattered sky. It would rather take a long detour than touch the sky fragments. As such, it managed to take a few hundred steps. But just as Zheng Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, a collapsed god suddenly exploded. The explosion's shockwave blasted the yin-yang puppet to smithereens. With the power of that attack, let alone a puppet, even a 3-crown emperor would be blown to death on the spot. Only a 4-crown emperor could barely withstand it. Mingjing revealed a regretful expression. The item here is not something we can lay our hands on. It's best we give up. He had already obtained the illusion bellowing golden eyes and the item he wanted, so he naturally didn't wish to take the risk. Therefore, he immediately retreated. No. Zheng Yuan's eyes turned red. He had already lost 2 extremely valuable yin-yang puppets. He had paid a terrible price, so how could he give up? Although this area is dangerous, as you can see, as long as we avoid the collapsed sky and the gods, we will be relatively safe, Zheng Yuan said. I hope that you can follow me in. You don't need to get close to the remains. You just need to help me pay attention to the movements of the sky and the gods while I am retrieving the item. Wenhua agreed without hesitation. No problem. Su Yu had always been a man of his word. Since he had agreed, there was no reason for him to go back on his word. He nodded and said, okay. Only Mingjing was left. Under the pressure of the three's gazes, she reluctantly agreed. Okay. But the premise is that I will immediately withdraw if there is any danger. No problem. Zheng Yuan's face lit up. Thus, after some discussion, the 4 of them stepped into the chaotic area. With the experience of using the puppets to explore the way, they were especially wary of the sky and the gods, so they took a detour. The journey should have taken them a few breaths, but it took them an hour to get close to the remains of the 5-crown emperor. Although there was no evidence, everyone knew that the remains were definitely dangerous. They stopped 1,000 feet away from it, and no one dared to approach it. Okay, the rest is up to me. Everyone, just pay attention to the dangers nearby. Zheng Yuan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he quietly walked towards the remains of the 5-crown emperor. 1,000 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. Strangely, there was no danger. Even when Zheng Yuan tried to touch the remains, there was no danger. Strange. The few of them were secretly surprised. Since there was a 5-crown emperor level item here, there should be a guardian beast. Why was there no trace of it? Soon, Zheng Yuan's face became gloomy. He searched the remains but did not find the existence of the item. Could it be that someone got here before us? Zheng Yuan's mood at the moment could be imagined. He had paid such a huge price but ended up with nothing. How aggrieved was that? Su Yu was also surprised. From the traces around him, it did not seem like anyone had been here, but where did the item go? Was it not on the remains? But scanning the remains for 1,000 feet, there was nothing but the remains. Is it still nearby? We might as well look for it, Wenhua said softly, enthusiastically looking around. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes changed slightly, and he sped out of the chaos without hesitation. His sudden movement surprised the three of them. They did not understand why Su Yu had suddenly retreated. However, to be able to cultivate to this day, they were all cunning people. They immediately realized that Su Yu must have discovered something amiss. Zheng Yuan reluctantly glanced at the emperor's corpse and also sped away from the place. Mingjing had long wanted to leave. As soon as Su Yu left, he set off. When Zheng Yuan passed by Wenhua, she was the only one who was still standing in the same place. Wenhua, leave quickly. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this place. Before Zheng Yuan could finish speaking, he was surprised to find that Wenhua's expression had become very strained. A pair of gentle eyes had become indifferent at some point, with a hint of playfulness. She took out a crown densely covered with silver patterns from her bosom and instilled a trace of divine power into it. In an instant, the entire chaos area underwent a huge change. The heavens and gods that were floating slowly suddenly spun wildly at a speed 10 times faster. A piece of the heavens that was 10,000 feet away from Zheng Yuan suddenly crashed into him. Zheng Yuan was horrified and hurriedly dodged. However, even though he avoided the heavens, he could not avoid the explosion of a god. The aftermath of the impact shattered Zheng Yuan on the spot. Mingjing's expression changed drastically as she fled, and she yelled, "Wenhua, you got a tool?" The crown covered with silver patterns was a tool that could control the chaos area. And unlike ordinary tools, it was not a one-time consumable. Wenhua smiled strangely. "I was very lucky. I was teleported to the tools side on the spot and obtained this heaven and earth common master crown. What's more coincidental is that you happened to invite me to help you seize the tools in the other areas, so I agreed." Mingjing sucked in a breath of cold air. Her luck was so good that she had directly obtained a divine item at the level of a 5-crown emperor. Her face sank little by little. "So, you finally brought us here for our tool?" Wenhua's lips curled into a smug smile. "Although the tool I obtained is powerful, its range is limited. I can only rely on you to get the tool and then bring you here to collect it." As she spoke, she hooked her finger and took Zheng Yuan's storage space. She rummaged through it and indeed found a hammer-like tool. 5 Thunder Heaven Blasting Hammer, an offensive tool for a 3-crown emperor. "Hihi, looks like Big Brother Zheng's luck isn't bad. You obtained a powerful tool before meeting us." Wenhua smiled faintly. Her smile was filled with malevolence, and her gaze toward Mingjing became even more ferocious. "I have to say that common people's chess is a very fair place. It allows a small figure like me, who has been bullied, to have a chance to dominate everyone." Chapter 1937. Colleagues. Hee. Wenhua's smile became even wilder. "We are just competitors. Don't tell me that you and Zheng Yuan didn't do anything to me. Don't tell me that you invited me to search for the tools because you sincerely wanted to help me." Mingjing's heart trembled. His original intention was to use Wenhua as a free fighter. After they disbanded, he would get rid of her and snatch her tools. "If I didn't pretend to be in a hurry to leave the common people's chess and not covet any tools, I would probably be a corpse now." Wenhua laughed coldly. "But it doesn't matter. I think the same as you." With a single thought, the 3 heavens pressed down from different angles. "Ah. You be *tch. Mingjing roared in anger. He had actually been deceived by this woman's appearance. With a rumble, Mingjing was crushed on the spot. Wenhua hooked her hand and took the illusion-destroying golden eyes from Mingjing's body. Her face revealed a hint of joy. Then, she stared at Su Yu, who was trapped under several skies. "To be honest, I didn't think there would be outsiders joining us. However, one more person means one more tool, so I won't be disrespectful, right?" Su Yu's face darkened. "Can you answer me a question at the last moment?" Wenhua was like a high and mighty god, holding the lives of the common people in her hands. She raised her snow-white chin. "Seeing that you are innocent, I will take pity on you this once. Ask away. I want to know. Every tool should have a guardian beast. Why doesn't the tool in your hand have one?" Su Yu asked. Wenhua was surprised. "Oh, You are still concerned about this before you die. I thought you were going to ask me something important. That is very simple. The guardian beast is far away, but it is right in front of you. Wen Hua gripped the crown. The corpse of the five-crown emperor, which was lying there quietly, actually moved. He is. However, he can only move around in this chaotic region, Wen Hua said with some regret. The corpse was preserved quite well. Although it had no divine power, its physique alone was enough to contend with the four-crown emperor. If the corpse could walk out of the chaotic region, with its strength, so what if the Sword Alliance Master and the King of Darkness came personally? The rarest thing was that it had the identity of a guardian beast and listened to the tools. There's nothing more to ask, right? Wen Hua revealed a greedy look. The scepter you obtained in the ancient tomb, it's not just a simple attacking tool, right? Su Yu didn't deny it. Yes, more or less. Its power isn't bad. Wen Hua smiled with pity. Then, I'll have to trouble you a bit. You'll sleep here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, several pieces of the sky fell and pressed down on him. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Perhaps you misunderstood what I meant by time. He took out a snow-white feather, infused it with divine power, and threw it out. I will use my pearl to exchange for his crown, Su Yu said softly with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a white feather brand appeared on the pearl in his hand and the crown in Wen Hua's hand. Wen Hua felt that something was amiss. She gripped her crown tightly and shouted, Su Yu, what are you doing? Suddenly, she felt the weight of the thing in her palm lighten. Opening his palm to take a look, he flew into a rage. The crown had turned into a pearl with an invisibility effect, and its range was limited to the single crown emperor. It was ineffective against enemies with a cultivation level higher than the single crown emperor. Looking at Su Yu again, Wen Hua's crown had appeared in his palm. That feather can be exchanged for a specific tool? Wen Hua gasped, her heart filled with shock and anger. That crown was an opportunity given to her by fate, but Su Yu had snatched it from her. Momentarily distracted, she took out Zheng Yuan's 5 Thunder Heaven Rumbling Hammer without another word, immediately activating it. Su Yu calmly said, put it down, and I can spare your life. Wen Hua's body stiffened. She held the 5 Thunder Heaven Rumbling Hammer hesitantly, not daring to activate it. The 5 Crown Emperor's skeleton behind her was letting out a low growl. If Wen Hua acted rashly, she would be killed immediately. After struggling for a while, she slowly put down the 5 Thunder Heaven Rumbling Hammer. There's still the fantasy-destroying golden eyes. Wen Hua pursed her lips, putting it down reluctantly. Delusions destroying golden eyes, one of the 2 remaining delusions destroying golden eyes. Its value was no less than a tool at the level of the 5 Crown Emperor, if she was lucky enough to find the chess master. And your storage ring. Wen Hua secretly felt bitter. Her last sliver of hope had been extinguished. It looked like the other party was meticulous and would not give her any chance. She had no choice but to put down the space storage ring. Su Yu beckoned, and the 3 items landed in his palm. The delusions destroying golden eyes made Su Yu feel more at ease. The risk of him being seen through had been reduced by half. After searching through Wen Hua's space storage ring, he indeed found something. There was a talisman called Abyssal Heaven Incantation lying quietly inside. Upon activation, it could transport a designated person outside of the 48 zones. If she encountered a powerful enemy, she could instantly transport them away, giving herself a chance to escape. It was a life-saving talisman. Wen Hua was filled with regret. She had been careless with the crown in her hand. If she had been cautious and prepared the talisman at all times, sending Su Yu away at the critical moment, how could there have been so many troubles? Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. She should be more worried about whether Su Yu would honor his promise. As I said, I will let you live. But you know too much. To be safe, open up your soul. I will place a seal on you. Wen Hua was overjoyed. She had been prepared to be killed by Su Yu. She did not expect him to keep his promise. If it was just a seal, it would be completely acceptable. Hence, she obediently allowed Su Yu to place a seal on her. You can leave now, Su Yu said. She did not have the guts to tell others that Su Yu had many tools. Mr. Su, is there anything I can do for you? Wen Hua did not leave. Instead, she wisely asked, I have nothing, and my abilities are at the bottom. If I leave this zone, I might not live to see the end of the common people's chess. Su Yu waved his hand, about to chase her away. He suddenly had a thought. If you stay, it is not impossible. But I hope you can cooperate with me at the critical moment. Wen Hua hurriedly nodded. All right, as long as Mr. Su can guarantee my survival. Since she had lost the crown, she wisely chose to listen to Su Yu and think of a way to live. As a merchant of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, she was undoubtedly very qualified. Stay in this zone and hide well. I will need you soon. Okay. Su Yu thought for a moment. The tools in the various zones had probably all been found. There were only a few tools that had not been found due to the danger. There were very few of them, and they did not know where they were. It was not worth spending time on them. Next, it was time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Based on the flow of the common people's chess, once all the tools were activated, it would be the final stage, the fight for the throne. After the tools were fought for, the remaining chess pieces would kill one another. Whoever killed the most chess pieces in the stipulated time would be the winner. Then, the legendary soul that the common people's pathmaster placed in the chessboard would appear to fulfill one of the winner's requests. Even if it was for a 4-crown emperor to become a 5-crown emperor, such a strict request could still be fulfilled. Soon, the battle would begin. At that moment, Su Yu unexpectedly discovered that 2 auras, one strong and one weak, were heading towards this place. One of the auras was very familiar. It belonged to the Saint Lady. The other was more unfamiliar. However, compared to the Saint Lady, her aura was exceptionally strong. It was at the level of a 3-crown emperor. At that moment, the Saint Lady's face was exceptionally pale, and her aura was weak. From the looks of it, perhaps she had already used that strange substitute and died once or twice. Just when she had nowhere to run, he suddenly discovered the aura of a living being in the area in the distance. Su Yu pondered for a moment before putting on the black robe again, covering his face. At the same time, he hung the token of the Baiyu sect master. Wen Hua, who was behind him, was stunned. Then, her expression changed. Baiyu sect master? She could not believe that they were actually traveling with the Baiyu sect master. That was one of the leaders of the Dark Star civilization. Wait, was the Baiyu sect master a human? That was impossible, right? At that moment, Su Yu turned his head and glanced at her. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Wen Hua hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, Su. Sect master. Su Yu tapped the ground with his toes and leaped out of the chaotic area. He deliberately released the powerful aura of the Baiyu sect master. The 3-crown emperor who was chasing after the Saint Lady suddenly looked grave. He gradually stopped in his tracks and looked around the Baiyu sect master with slight vigilance. After a moment, he glared at the Saint Lady. Consider yourself lucky. The Baiyu sect master had appeared, and there might be other 3-crown emperors from the Dark Star civilization nearby. For safety's sake, he gave up the chase and turned to leave. The Saint Lady let out a long sigh of relief. Her aura was weak as she walked to Su Yu's side. She smiled bitterly. I've let you see a joke. After learning that the Baiyu sect master was that person in disguise, she trusted him a lot and did not take too many precautions. Su Yu frowned. Why are you being chased by the 3-crown emperor of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? He looks very angry. The Saint Lady pursed her lips and did not hide anything. She said, I snatched a 4-crown emperor-level tool from him. That's why I've been chased until now. A 4-crown emperor-level tool? The Saint Lady's luck was really extraordinary. It's a pity that the tool was not an offensive type. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chased by him like that. The Saint Lady sighed helplessly. Su Yu had the crown in his hand. Although he was tempted by the Saint Lady's tool, he would not go so far as to kill her. He said, as long as you are safe, make good use of the tool. The next phase of the fight for the throne may start soon. However, the Saint Lady shook her head. I'm afraid it will be difficult to start the next phase in a short period of time. Because of the emergence of a 5-crown emperor tool area, the Sword Alliance Master led many 3-crown emperors, and the leader of the Dark Star Civilization's 3-crown emperors led by the Dark King fought. Moreover, that area is very dangerous. The Sword Alliance Master and the Dark King have tried to break in to find the tool, but they all failed. Oh! Su Yu was surprised. Although it was easy for Su Yu to obtain the 5-crown emperor level tool, that was because of Wen Hua's great luck. It would be extremely difficult for them to force their way into this area and seize the crown. Forget about anything else, that guardian beast 5-crown emperor's remains was an insurmountable hurdle. Let's go and have a look. Su Yu's eyes shone. With many tools in hand, Su Yu was interested in breaking into another 5-crown emperor tool area. Chapter 1938. Several hours later. At the border region of the Common People's Chess, Su Yu and the Holy Maiden stood side by side, looking at a seemingly ordinary region. This is the region of the 5-crown emperors you mentioned. Su Yu stared at the region for a long time, surprised. Compared to the desolate and ancient region, the region in front of him was ordinary. Looking out, it was a mountain and river that had existed for who knows how long. About 10 million living beings of various races lived leisurely within. None of them had a cultivation base, not even a decent physique cultivator. They were the most ordinary of mortals. The entire mountain and river did not seem to be in any danger. However, Fu Bingyu, the Sword Alliance Master, and the other Triple Crown Emperors all had solemn expressions as they paced back and forth outside the region, not daring to enter. The battle between the two sides had temporarily calmed down. Sensing the aura of the Baiyu Sect Master, Fu Bingyu and the Dark Star Civilization's Triple Crown Emperors all looked over. Baiyu Sect Master. Sima Biyun's expression relaxed as she leaped in front of Su Yu. As for Lu Wuming, she had secretly ordered him to stay by Fu Bingyu's side and not act rashly. Otherwise, Fu Bingyu would easily notice that Lu Wuming had been controlled. Master Bao Kuan and the Qingming Palace Master walked over, cupping their fists in greeting. At the same time, Yun Qianshuang, Hua Hun, and Leng Yun all looked over, glancing at Su Yu before turning their gazes to the mountain and river region. Su Yu stared deeply at Yun Qianshuang, returning the greeting to the three of them. He asked, Villa Master's wife, what are the dangers of this region? He sized it up for a while but could not see where the dangers lay. Sima Biyun's gaze turned solemn. This region is also known as the Common People's region. It is the most important region of the Common People's chess. Common People's region? Su Yu shuddered. If he remembered correctly, the Common People's region was the first region that appeared when the Common People's chess was created. It contained the Common People's path of the Common People, and it could be said to be the essence of the Common People's chess. One could imagine how many unseen dangers such a region would hide. Any normal person in the region is formed from the Common People's path left by the Common People's path. They grow old and die in the Common People's path, going through reincarnation after reincarnation, becoming different living beings. The only thing that didn't change was that the path they carried never weakened. King of Darkness and Alliance Master Sword's preliminary analysis, the item is likely to be stored in the royal family of this land, because the royal family members are the only ones who have never experienced reincarnation and have lived to this day without any changes. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. It was impossible for a mortal to live for such a long time. They were undoubtedly the Common People's path. What he didn't understand was why the Common People path leader didn't let them go through the cycle of reincarnation, instead letting them live forever. Was it for the sake of its identity as a guardian beast? If it were Su Yu, he would have made the same judgment. The problem is, I was opposed by all the members of the royal family, including the royal family. Sima Biyun's face turned serious. What is terrifying is that the will they are going against is the will of the Common People's path leader. The will they released is forcefully blocking the King of Darkness and Sword Alliance leader, not allowing them to enter at all. If we forcefully barge into the royal family, something even more dangerous will happen. Sima Biyun pointed towards the Star Alliance commerce. 2-3 Crown Emperors were wiped out by the furious will of the Common People after they barged into the palace. Even the King of Darkness and Alliance Master Sword were affected and nearly left behind. When he heard this, Su Yu thought to himself, If they wanted to enter, they couldn't just barge in, so they had to use other methods. Suddenly, the King of Darkness gave an order for them to all gather over. Looking at Alliance Master Sword's side, his people all gathered towards him. After the two of them exchanged glances, they brought their people to face the other party. Alliance Master Sword wore a blue shirt with gold inlaid on it. His identity was from the Sky Feather race and he was good at flying techniques. King of Darkness, time waits for no one. Why not make that item first and then we can snatch it? Fu Bingyu nodded his head. Forget it, let's stop fighting for now. Pausing slightly, he said, do you have a plan to make the item? If not, I do have an idea. Alliance Master Sword didn't bat an eyelid. Let's hear it. It's very simple, Fu Bingyu said. Those of us who haven't shown our faces in the common people's realm can disguise ourselves as the creatures there, then find a way to sneak into the palace and find the item. How about that? Alliance Master Sword smiled lightly. Great minds think alike. However, I think we can add one more condition. Our people must cooperate and learn from each other's strengths. He said to cooperate, but everyone knew it. Was it to supervise each other? To prevent people from finding the item first and taking it for themselves? Sure. Fu Bingyu naturally agreed. Next, both sides selected people who hadn't entered the area. On the side of the Darkstar civilization, only Su Yu and the Saint Lady hadn't entered. On the side of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, there was only a Three-Crown Emperor and an acquaintance of Su Yu. Glancing at the two of them, Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. No stories without coincidences. Needless to say, the acquaintance was the great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. Su Yu had met the Three-Crown Emperor not long ago. He was the Three-Crown Emperor who had chased after the Saint Lady. When the four of them met, they all had different expressions. Fu Bingyu introduced, these two are the Sect Master Baiyu and the Saint Lady of our Darkstar civilization. Alliance Master Sword stared at Su Yu and said calmly, these two, one is Manager Zhong of the branch, and the other is my disciple, Wang Ying. Both of you should get to know each other. The two big shots gestured. 8 pairs of eyes met, sparks flying in midair. The two big shots were slightly stunned. It seemed like there was a lot of friction between them. Could it be that there was a feud in the past? There's no time to lose, the four of you quickly enter in disguise. Sect Master Baiyu, Saint Lady, if you bring out the item first, I will hand over the Heavenly Palace and Xingqing Gate in the north to you. Hearing this, Hua Hun and Leng Yun were shocked. If they were handed over to them, wouldn't the north be completely invaded by the south? How could the north compete with the south in the future? We will not fail you. At the same time, Alliance Master Sword gave them corresponding rewards in order to motivate them, especially Wang Ying. Wang Ying, if you bring it out, I will send you to a 5-star civilization for further study. Wang Ying trembled with excitement. Thank you, Alliance Master Sword, I will definitely bring back the item. After a brief discussion, the four of them chose to enter from an inconspicuous area. No one noticed them, so they were not resisted by the will of the people. The four of them first appeared in an empty valley. Without saying a word, Su Yu performed the transformation technique and turned into an ordinary-looking young man. Saint Lady stared at the person Su Yu had transformed into and was slightly stunned. Although this person's appearance was ordinary, his deep, abyss-like eyes were too similar to someone else's. She thought to herself, is this the true appearance of the person who impersonated the Sect Master Baiyu? His eyes are so similar. After a moment's hesitation, she also disguised herself and turned into a rich girl dressed in expensive clothes. Her appearance was evolved from her true appearance, and there was a faint shadow of her true appearance. Su Yu looked at her subconsciously and couldn't help but fix his eyes on her. The person that the Saint Lady had transformed into reminded him of the daughter of the Saint God, Sheng Yuanshan of the Starry God realm. Her appearance was somewhat similar. Is this your true appearance? Su Yu asked. Saint Lady's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she nodded. Yes, what about you? A shred of regret flashed across her eyes. It seemed like he was overthinking. Me too. Manager Zhong and Wang Ying casually changed their figures, becoming two woodcutters. Manager Zhong looked at Su Yu and the Saint Lady's relatively expensive clothing and reminded them, There are more commoners in the common people's realm. Don't you think it's rude to appear in such attire in the wilderness? If the living beings of the common people's realm see through you and hinder our search for the tools, you will be held accountable. Su Yu was unconcerned. When it comes to status, it doesn't matter. What's important is that it's reasonable. That's up to you. Anyway, if you mess things up, you will have to bear the consequences. Manager Zhong grunted. Su Yu smiled lightly, walking out of the valley with the Saint Lady. Outside the valley was the official road leading to the imperial city, and it was bustling with traffic. When the four of them suddenly walked out of the valley, they immediately attracted the attention of some passers-by, who cast surprised looks at them. Coincidentally, there was a team patrolling the border passing by. The leader of the team was an experienced general. His eyes flashed, and he led the patrolling soldiers away from the official road, heading straight for them. Where are the four of you from? Where did you come from? Su Yu cast a glance at him and used his detection ability to pry into his thoughts. In an instant, he understood from his thoughts that he had just been to the Lian family fortress to discuss the matter of defending against the invasion of foreign enemies. Su Yu said sternly, "City General, you just came out of the Lian family fortress, how could you have forgotten about me? I am the child of the aunt of the Lian family fortress's third mistress. I have always been making elixirs in the Lian family fortress. Have you not seen me before?" The general was slightly stunned. He knew that Su Yu had just come out of the Lian family fortress, so he should not be someone from the outside world. But what child of the aunt of the third mistress? Who knows who you are? Why are you here? Who are they? The general's expression relaxed, looking at the four of them with a strange expression. Su Yu said, "This lady is my friend, and the two woodcutters behind her are our servants. I came here on the orders of my mother to find a secluded place to hide. I heard that the people outside are all deities that can fly. My mother was worried that the Lian family fortress would not be able to be protected in the future, so she sent me here to find a place to hide." Nonsense. The city general's eyes turned cold. The hearts of the Saint Lady, President Zhong, and Wang Ying all jumped. Not good, the other party seemed to have seen through them. "We are located in the Divine Kingdom. With just a thought, we can repel the enemy thousands of miles away, and we can even kill them. How could our Divine Kingdom not be able to do that?" However, this was what the city general said. "Go back with peace of mind, and don't let your imagination run wild." Su Yu said, "City General is right. The city general turned his horse around and was about to leave when Su Yu suddenly called out to them. "Right, City General, my two servants have discovered traces of an invasion from the outside world." The city general suddenly turned his head and said, "When? Where?" President Zhong and Wang Ying were startled. Servants. The Baiyu sect master actually treated them as servants. "Lil Zhong, Lil Wang, you two scoundrels, the city general is asking you a question. Why are you not immediately kneeling and answering? Do you want to eat a whip?" Su Yu kicked Wang Ying's knee. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but if a servant dared to avoid his master's punishment, his identity would immediately be exposed. Hence, he was forced to kneel on the ground by Su Yu's kick. "What are you waiting for, City General? Half a day ago, you saw two outsiders that can fly on the mountain in the west of the city." Seeing this, the Holy Maiden followed suit and kicked bank manager Zhong to the ground in retaliation. "Damned slave. Quickly answer me." President Zhong wanted to explode on the spot. He was a three-crown emperor, but the other party had taken the opportunity to take revenge. Chapter 1939. However, in front of the creatures of the common people's realm, he did not dare show the slightest bit of emotion. No matter how angry he was, his face was filled with fear. "I deserve to die, I deserve to die." He crawled up and apologized to the Saint Maiden. "What are you blabbering about? Hurry up and tell me." The Saint Maiden was overjoyed. She had kicked the Triple Crown Emperor alive, and the other party had no choice but to beg for mercy. Manager Zhong hurriedly knelt in front of the city general. Reporting to the general, "I was chopping firewood in the valley half a day ago. I did see a man in purple and a man in blue flying overhead." "You saw it too?" the city general asked Wang Ying. Wang Ying hated the Baiyu sect leader to the core, but on the surface he nodded hurriedly. Yes, I saw it too. They were very powerful. In the blink of an eye, they flew toward the imperial city and disappeared. Hearing this, the city general became serious. Not good. Those two people are probably disguised as our people, trying to sneak into the imperial city. The city general immediately urged his horse forward. Quick! Return to the imperial city and report to the imperial family. There are unknown people sneaking in. After a slight pause, the city general said, bring the four of them here as well. Point out the two suspicious people at any time. Yes. Hence, Su Yu and the other three were shoved into a military carriage by the patrolling soldiers. The carriage sped toward the imperial city. When there were only the four of them in the carriage, Manager Zhong and Wang Ying, who were filled with fear and trepidation, stared at Su Yu and the Saint Maiden unkindly. Su Yu smiled apologetically. The two of you, please do not hurt our friendship. That was just a temporary measure. I hope the two of you can look at the bigger picture and not take it to heart. The Saint Maiden smiled sweetly. Elder Zhong, I am sorry. I had no other choice. I had no other choice. No other choice. Was he taking the opportunity to take revenge? Under those circumstances, a scolding would have sufficed. Kicking him to the ground was completely unnecessary. Wang Ying stared at the Baiyu sect leader. He did not understand how he had offended the Baiyu sect leader. Humph. There will be no next time. Manager Zhong grunted, swallowing his anger. The Saint Maiden smiled lightly. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the camp outside the imperial city. The invasions of foreign enemies in the past few days made the royal family extremely nervous. In particular, the last time they forced their way into the imperial palace, it gave the imperial family a false alarm. They mobilized a large army to guard the imperial city and the surroundings of the imperial palace. If any outsiders were to barge in, the will of the people gathered by the army of 100,000 would be enough to kill them all in a short period of time instead of blocking them outside. Seeing such a lineup, bank manager Zhong and the others gasped and became even more cautious. If they were seen through, they would have no chance of escaping. The city general rode his horse into the barracks and went alone to report. Not long after, all the soldiers and horses in the barracks were mobilized to seal off the gates of the imperial city and interrogate everyone who entered and left. Not long after, the city general returned and hurriedly said, "The four of you, follow the army to each city gate and are responsible for pointing out suspicious people." The imperial city had 4 gates: north, south, east, and west. Each of them had a gate. Su Yu and the others shuddered slightly. Should they disperse? This was good as well. Whoever could enter the palace first and obtain the item would earn a merit. Su Yu was assigned to the southern city. Compared to the other 3 city gates, the southern city had always been remote. There were very few people coming and going, so he was happy to be at ease. He was patient and cooperated with the soldiers guarding the gate to point out the people coming and going. Sigh, I really don't know what those foreign immortals are thinking. They just had to barge into our place. What do we have that is worth them snatching? The most hateful thing is that they are killing the innocent, right? They just came in and used the spells of the immortals without hesitation, killing and injuring many. They do not regard our lives as valuable at all. If not for this, we could still have a good talk with them. But now, humph, it looks like those immortals are very afraid of us. As long as we are not willing, they will be blocked outside and even killed. Hearing this, Su Yu secretly sighed. He was also curious as to why the living beings of the common people's realm would reject them. The two sides had never crossed paths before. Perhaps it was more out of curiosity. It turned out that the first batch that entered did not regard the living beings of this place as anything. They thought that it was like the outside world, where the living beings were like grass and could be killed at any time. In the end, they had killed their way into big trouble. A bunch of incompetent fellows. Su Yu was secretly annoyed. Sigh, Mr. Lian, do you really know the immortal who barged in? Su Yu hurriedly said, I have indeed seen him. The soldier who asked the question smiled. It would be great if you could point him out. Our emperor is very interested in the immortals. The bodies of the two immortals he killed were sent to the depths of the palace for research. However, His Majesty sighed and said that it would be great if he could catch one alive for research. Su Yu was stunned. Why would he research the immortals? His Majesty is very curious about the legendary immortal's ability to bring the dead back to life. He hopes to catch one alive and dissect it on the spot. Su Yu's mouth was slightly bitter. His Majesty sounded a little dangerous. At this moment, a handsome horse, followed by many strangely dressed imperial guards, arrived in a mighty manner. When the soldiers at the gate saw this, they all got rid of their laziness and stood up straight. Is Lian Qing here? A fair-skinned woman dressed as a man sat steadily on the handsome horse and lightly shouted. Su Yu stood up. I am here. Pass on His Majesty's orders. Enter the palace immediately to see him. Su Yu was slightly startled, and said, I need to identify. No need. The woman waved her hand. His Majesty has already caught one and summons you to the palace to identify him. Caught one? Who? Could it be that someone else had tried to barge into the palace in the past 2 days and failed? With Fu Bingyu and the Sword Alliance Master's cautiousness, they would not do something so foolish. Could it be that someone else had barged in? But Su Yu had no other choice. As a citizen of the common people's realm, he could only obey the emperor's orders. Amidst the envy of many soldiers, Su Yu rode the palace's white horse and entered the palace. Su Yu was brought to the palace's Chengde Hall. The hall was empty. There was only an 18-year-old palace maid standing quietly in the hall, ready to serve the guests. Su Yu entered, smelling the fragrance of the incense burner as he waited quietly. Ding! The palace maid served a cup of hot tea. Mr. Lian, please enjoy. How do you know my surname? Su Yu looked at her in surprise. Nervousness flashed across the palace maid's pretty face. She said weakly, I heard it from Eunuch Chen. Eunuch Chen, was he the one who summoned Su Yu into the palace? Oh. Su Yu paused. What did the celestial being that your Majesty mentioned look like? The palace maid's eyes lit up. I heard that it was a middle-aged celestial being with a red face and a big belly. He tried to sneak in but was discovered by the imperial guards. As she was speaking, a group of people walked into the hall. The first was a woman in her 20s dressed in a yellow robe. She was extremely beautiful. Most importantly, the crown on her head was the symbol of the monarch. The Empress. And so young. No matter how one looked at her, she was only in her 20s. But thinking about it carefully, the members of the royal family had always been immortal. She looked like she was 20, but her actual age was unknown. How dare you leak secrets? Guards, drag her out and behead her. The Empress stared coldly at the palace maid, showing no mercy. The palace maid was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. She kowtowed repeatedly. Spare me, Empress. Please spare me. I won't do it again. However, the Empress's eyes were indifferent. She didn't care about the little palace maid at all. 2 imperial guards with imposing auras strode forward, grabbed him, and dragged him out. The palace maid's face was pale. She was desperate, as if doomsday had come. She could only beg. Seeing this, Su Yu struggled a little and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. If you want to blame someone, blame me for asking too much. It really has nothing to do with this palace maid. The Empress looked over, and her eyes flashed with coldness. How dare you obstruct my orders? Believe it or not, I will drag you out and behead you too. At this moment, if Su Yu angered the Empress even a little, it would be difficult for him to get away with it. However, the palace maid had indeed been implicated because of Su Yu. Watching her being executed was not in line with Su Yu's principles. Therefore, he argued, Your Majesty, everything has its consequences. If your Majesty insists on killing the innocent, how can a majesty like you convince the people of the world? The Empress's eyes were sharp and cold. You dare disobey me? No, I just don't want to implicate the innocent. The Empress stared coldly at Su Yu for a long time. She flicked her sleeves and turned around. Humph. Seeing that you are still of some use, I will spare you this time. She waved her hand, and the palace maid was lucky enough to escape. Follow me. The Empress did not even look back as she walked out of the hall. Su Yu followed. When he passed by the palace maid who was paralyzed with fear, he helped her up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." The palace maid wiped her tears and said gratefully, "Mr. Lian, why do you have to offend the emperor for a lowly servant like me?" Su Yu said indifferently, "There is no distinction between the noble and the lowly. Moreover, I was the one who harmed you, so I naturally have to take responsibility. Don't worry." As he spoke, he got up and was about to leave. Suddenly, the palace maid pulled him back and took out a handkerchief with delicate handwriting. She blushed. "Mr. Lian saved me today, and I cannot repay you. This is my personal handkerchief as a token of my sincerity. I hope Mr. Lian will accept it." This. Su Yu was startled. He had captured the heart of a young girl with a few casual words. Wasn't the woman here too straightforward? He did not know whether to reject it or accept it. In an awkward moment, he braced himself and accepted it. "Take care," he said. He casually put the handkerchief into his chest pocket and hurriedly followed the empress. Anyway, he would never have the chance to meet the palace maid again, so he might as well accept it. Under the guidance of the empress and the imperial guards, they came to a dark hall. Even through the doors and windows, they could smell the strong smell of blood. It was the smell of divine blood. As expected, someone had been captured. "Say, why do you think the deities can live forever?" The empress walked in front and suddenly turned her head to ask Su Yu thoughtfully. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "The empress has an immortal body, I dare not speak nonsense." The empress did not say a word. She came to the front of the hall, and with a gentle push of her slender jade-like palm, the door of the hall was slowly pushed open. Her lips curled into a cold smile, and she said slowly, "Mr. Lian, there is something I forgot to tell you. In fact, it was not just one deity who was captured, but three.